Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Pettit National Ice Center for the second day of U.S. Championships, along with the Fall World Cup Qualifier and Am Cup 1. I'm Gordon Seprin, bringing you this broadcast on behalf of U.S. Speedskating. We had an excellent first day of racing yesterday, seeing two track records in the women's 3K and the men's 5K, and then some great racing all around from the rest of the competitors. A lot of personal best times, a lot of season best times. So we know the ice is in great condition here at the Pettit National Ice Center, and looking forward to seeing what the skaters can do on day two of this competition. Coming up first, we have the second flight of the women's 500 meters. This first event being skated as a single, as Keely Whitcomb is a medical withdrawal. This is Natasha Lindenskov out of Denmark. Her personal best time is a 43.64. That was set in Italy back in November of last year. So Natasha skating this as a single. Here she comes onto the home stretch. Let's see how close she'll be to that personal best time. And she'll finish with a 45.35, about 2 seconds off her personal. That'll bring it up next, pair number two. Starting on the inner, we have Greta Myers, who set the new track record in the women's 3K yesterday. And then on the outer, we have Ella Teeples. Teeples was a withdraw yesterday, so this will be her first 500 of the weekend. Opening time for Myers of 11.16, Teeples 12.55. Teeples' personal best is a 42.66. Myers is a 38.75. Greta coming up to the finish. And Greta at the line, posting a 39.83. About 2/10 off her season best. Teeples finishing time, 44.6. That'll bring up pair number three. Starting on the inner, we have Vona Shill. On the outer, we have Juliet Song. Song posted a time of 49.45 yesterday. Shill had a 47.7. That was a season best for Shill, looking to improve on those times from yesterday. Shill leading at the opener with a 12.3, Song with a 12.36. And that looked to be Shill going down in the first corner. Now Song able to get by safely and onto the backstretch. Song coming onto the home stretch. We'll see what Juliet posts. It's a 49.96. About half a second slower than her time yesterday. And we still have Shill down in the first corner. We'll be back here shortly, folks, once we are able to finish attending to Shill as we're calling over the medical professionals. We'll be back shortly. All right, folks, we're ready to resume the women's 500 meters. Up next is pair number 4. Starting on the inner, we have Audrey Hahn. Audrey had a 47.40 in yesterday's 500. On the outer, we have Cynthia Jennings. She posted a 44.87 yesterday. It's a clean start here for pair number 4. Jennings leading at the split with a 12.23. Hahn with a 12.90. Going to come out about pretty even at the backstretch. Jennings with the lead, able to go through cleanly. She moves to the inner. Hahn now on the outer. Here comes Jennings onto the finishing straightaway. Trying to improve on her time from yesterday. And Jennings going to post a time of 44.64. Hahn, 46.77. That is faster than yesterday for Hahn. And Jennings, that is also faster by about 0.2 from yesterday. So both skaters able to improve on their result from yesterday. That'll bring up pair number 5. Starting on the inner, we have Eileen O. On the outer, we have Nastasia Rudilovich. Eileen posted a 45.88 yesterday. Nastasia had a 44.58. That was a season best yesterday. So Nastasia looking for a new season best. Eileen looking to improve on yesterday's result. Eileen is a junior C1, whereas Nastasia is a A2, last year of junior eligibility. Rudilovich with a 12.43 opener. Oh, with a 12.63. Rudilovich chasing on the backstretch. Here they go into the final turn. We should see Rudilovich move into the lead, coming on to the finishing straightaway. There she goes by on the inner. Coming up to the finish, let's see where Rudilovich stops the clock. She'll finish with a 44.62. Oh, with a 45.47. And, oh, that is about 0.3 better than yesterday. And that is a new personal best for Eileen. Rudilovich just off of her season best time from yesterday. Up next is pair number 6. Starting on the inner, we have Caitlin Lee. She posted a time yesterday with a season best of 44.14. On the outer, we have Melissa Dahlman. She had a season best yesterday of 44.47. So looking to try to better those performances, maybe crack into the 43-second range. And we have our first false start of the morning. False start will be charged to the pair. It used to be each racer got a separate warning, and resulted in a lot of skaters trying to take advantage and get the best start possible off the line. It caused a lot of delays. So now the false start is charged to the pair to discourage the other skater from trying to take advantage and use their one-time false start without being penalized. Clean start on the second try. It's Lee ahead as they come up to the opening split. Time of 11.93 for Lee. Dahlman 12.38. expect these two to be somewhat even as we come out of the final corner. There's Dahlman gaining ground. Here we come on to the finishing straightaway. Looks like Dahlman able to get a little bit of a slingshot with that last inner. Here they come to the line. It's going to be close to that new season best. Dahlman with a 43.93. That's a new season best for Melissa Dahlman by about half a second. Lee with a 44.45. About 0.3 slower than her season best of yesterday, but a solid race nonetheless. At the start line is pair number 7. And for Melissa Dahlman, that actually must have been pretty close to her personal best time. And here in pair number 7, we have a pair of sisters. We have Elise Stave on the inner in the white armband, and we have Elena Stave on the outer in the red armband. Elise's personal best time is or season best time and time yesterday is a 44.08. Elena had a 44.08 as well, so they both posted the same time yesterday. Let's see what the sisters do here. Who has bragging rights on the drive home this weekend? On the outer, 12.22. On the inner, 12.41. So that is Elise going to the outer. Elena going to finish on the inner. Here they're coming through the final turn. Looks like it will be Elena with the slight edge as they come onto the finishing straightaway. It's going to be close here. Sisters coming to the line, and it's going to be a photo finish. And Elena Stave gets the better of Elise Stave with a 43.93. Elise with a 43.97. And those are season best for both of them as they crack through underneath 44 seconds. That is a personal best time for Elena. Checking on Elise's personal best. Hers is a little bit lower in the 43-second range. So Elena beats her sister and gets a new personal best time. Up next in pair number 8, we have Leah Choi on the inner. She posted a 44.07 yesterday. On the outer, we have Evie Forer. She had a personal best yesterday with a 43.7. So looking to try and be in that 43-second range for both skaters today as Choi wants to crack that 44-second barrier. Choi leading at the opener with 12.21, Forer with a 12.47. Choi to the outer, Forer to the inner. And Choi cutting it real close with that last block. Here comes Forer moving by on the inside. Forer leading the pair down the home stretch. See if she can improve on her result from yesterday. Here she comes to the line, and she'll post a time of 43.89. Just 0.2 off her personal best. Choi with a 44.66. So both going a little bit slower than yesterday, but a solid race for both women there in pair number 8. That'll bring up pair number 9. On the inner, we have Sydney Terpenning. She posted a 43.31 yesterday. On the outer from Columbia, we have Karen Satama. Satama had a 43.02 yesterday, so potential here to get our first sub 43-second 500 of the morning. Opening time for Terpenning, 11.9. Saitama's personal or opening time, 11.89. Saitama is going to go into the lead coming out of the final corner. We'll see, can we get in under 43 seconds? It's going to be close. And both skaters get in. Saitama with a 42.88. Sydney Terpenning with a 42.92. And that is a season best for Terpenning. About a half second slower than the personal there for Saitama. That'll bring up pair number 10. Starting on the inner, we have Ilsa Shobe. Ilsa had a 41.75 yesterday. On the outer, we have Shruti Kotwal from India. She posted a 42.64 yesterday. Oh. A different sound from the starting pistol than we're normally used to. I think we have a false start charge to the referees. It does happen occasionally. And things good to go after the test shot. Back in the day when they used to use gunpowder starting pistols, occasionally they would run through the entire set in the revolver, and the gun would just go click. In this case, we've got the electric pistol. Sounded like it went to the swimmer's setting. But we're away here cleanly with pair number 10. It's going to be pretty even at the opener as Kotwal with 11.94, Shobe 11.96. Shobe now on the outer, Kotwal on the inner. Let's see, Kotwal should make up some ground here with this last inner. Shobe trying to hold her off, and Shobe's got the lead, but Kotwal trying to close it down, coming down to the final 50. It looks like Shobe will take the pair with a 42.13, Kotwal the 42.47. Kotwal about a tenth and a half faster than yesterday. Shobe about 3/4 of a second, or 3/10 of a second slower than yesterday.
At the start line is pair number 11. Starting on the inner out of Kansas City is Libby Williams.
That'll bring up pair number 11. Starting on the inner, we have Libby Williams. She posted a time yesterday of 41.58. On the outer, we have Piper Eady. She had a 42.34 yesterday. Both looking to improve on the results. Try to get a new season best time. Piper leading at the opener, 11.75. Williams, 11.92. Piper going to get to chase down the backstretch. Williams now on the outer. Eady on the inner. Williams leading. Here they come to the line. And Williams with a 41.86, second fastest time so far. Eady with a 42.21. Williams about 3/10 slower than yesterday. Edie faster than yesterday by about a tenth. That'll bring up pair number 12. Starting on the inner, we have Blair Cruikshank, posted a 40.42 yesterday. On the outer, we have Marley Solden. Marley had a season best time of 41.56. Oh, Marley looking to improve on that season best time. Blair Cruikshank looking to try to crack the 40-second barrier here in the second flight of the women's 500 meters. After this pair, we'll have 3 remaining pairs. There are 5 spots in the women's 500-meter World Cup team up for grabs. Cruikshank, fastest opener so far at 11.01. Solden, third fastest, 11.42. Cruikshank moving to the outer, Solden now to the inner. Here comes Cruikshank onto the finishing straightaway. See, can Cruikshank get in under 40 seconds? It'll be close, and she'll be just off the mark with a 40.23. Improves her time from yesterday by about 2/10. Solden with a 41.69. That's about a tenth and a half slower for Solden. Cruikshank's able to improve on her time from yesterday. That'll bring up pair number 13. Starting on the inner, we have Mackenzie Brown. She posted a 39.31 yesterday. On the outer, we have from Denmark, Sophia Thorup. Sophia posted a 38.82 yesterday. Brown using the down start method. Thorup using the standing start. Let's see where they're at the split. It'll be Thorup with the fastest opener at 10.94. Brown with 11 flat, second fastest. Thorup going to get a nice chase down here on the backstretch. Thorup going to go by at the apex of the last turn. Coming down to the finish, should be sub 30 for both ladies here. Thorup with a 38.68, Brown with 39.41. That is a personal best for Thorup. Mackenzie Brown about a tenth slower than yesterday. That'll bring us to our penultimate pair, pair number 14. Starting on the inner, we have Krista Rands-Evans. She had a 39.3 yesterday. On the outer, we have Brittany Bowe, world record holder in the women's 1,000. She had a 38.31 yesterday. Bowe looking strong here on the opener as she opens with the fastest opener so far at 10.82. Rands-Evans, fifth fastest, 11.08. Bowe getting a nice chase, a nice draft down the backstretch. She's able to catch up to Rands-Evans by the entry of the final corner. Should be a quick time for Bowe as she got that nice draft. Here she comes onto the home stretch. Let's see where she finishes here. Could be sub 38. It's going to be 38.43. About a 10 slower than yesterday. Rance Evans with a 39.48. She's about 2/10 slower than yesterday. So a little bit slower for some of the ladies today after the first day of racing. That'll bring up our final pair for the women's 500 meters second flight. Starting on the inner, we have the defending Olympic champion, Erin Jackson. Posted a time of 37.76 yesterday. On the outer, we have Kimmy Getz. Posted a season best with a 37.67 yesterday, and actually able to beat Jackson yesterday by just under a 1/10 of a second. We'll see what these two women have in store for us today. Track record here at the Pettit is a 37.24. Had to shave off about 4/10 from yesterday. Jackson opening fastest 10.51, Getz 10.56. Jackson to the outer, Getz to the inner. Looking where they're at on the entry, it should be pretty close coming onto the home straightaway. And Getz with that final inner able to gain ground on Jackson. It's going to be close. It looks like Getz might just have the edge again on Jackson. And Kimmy Getz finishes with a 37.84. Jackson 37.89. So back-to-back days, Kimmy Getz able to get the better of Jackson. It was by about a 1/10 yesterday. It's about half a 1/10 today. Well, an excellent outing in the 500 meters for Kimmy Getz, as she'll take the top qualifying spot for the women's 500 meter World Cup team. And we're going to have a reskate here. We'll see. Would think that that would be Vona Shill was the one that fell. It didn't seem like Juliet's song was interfered with back in pair number 3. But we'll wait and see after these 2 minutes who is going to be up. And actually there is the confirmation on the board. It will be Vona Shill getting the reskate here. We'll be back in 2 minutes for that reskate, and then coming up next, we'll have the second flight of the men's 500 meters. We'll get started with about 7 pairs of the men before taking a resurface break, before then finishing with 21 pairs for the men's 500 meters. Ready for the reskate for Vona Shill. She had a season best yesterday of a 47.7. Looking to try to improve on that. Good to see that she's okay and back and ready to skate after taking that fall where she was down in the corner for a few minutes. She'll open with a 12.33. This is out of competition, so will not count towards the standings. Moving to the outer on the backstretch. Yesterday, Vona had a 47.7. That was a season best. See if she can get close to that here as she comes to the line, and she'll post a 47.4. That's a season best by 3/10 after that fall earlier today. Excellent reskate for Shill. Gets a new season best time We're taking a 5-minute timing change. We'll be back for the men's 500 meters. Welcome back, folks, as we're getting underway with the men's 500-meter pairings. This first one's going to be skated as a single by Nicholas Mastrup out of Denmark. He'll post a 10.91 opener. His personal best is a 38.16. He set that in Insel, Germany back in October of last year. See what Mastrup is able to do here as our first men's 500 of the day. Looking good coming up to the finish. Might be a new personal best. Here he comes to the line. He'll skate a 33.31, just outside of his personal best by about a tenth and a half. But an excellent first 500 of the weekend for Mastrup. Did not race in the first flight of 500s yesterday. That'll move us on to pair number 2. As I said before, folks, we should be running about 7 pairs out of the 28 men's pairs before we take a resurface break. Up next in pair number 2, we have on the inner William Silk. On the outer, we have Sebastian Epperson. Opening time for Silk 11.28, Epperson 11.50. Silk leading, entering the final corner. See where Silk stops the clock here. Silk will post a 39.58, Epperson 42.14. Silk's personal best at 38.11. Epperson's personal best a 42.02. That'll bring up pair number 3. Starting on the inner, we have Josh White out of New Zealand. On the outer, we have Colin McDade. Josh White's personal best is 37.56. Colin posted a personal record yesterday with a 1 minute 11.66 second. And we had a false start here, so attempt number 2 for pair number 2. Josh White opens 11.27. Missed the opening time for McDade. White onto the backstretch. White through the final corner.
Here comes Josh.
See how close he gets to his personal best time. Should be in the 38s, and it'll be a 38.98, so about a second and a half off his personal best. And here comes Colin McDade, who should have a huge improvement on that personal best set from yesterday, as he'll break the minute barrier. Should finish with a time around the 55, 56 second mark, having a bit of a timing issue on McDade, but should be a new personal best time by at least 15 seconds for McDade. Waiting for the officials to get the timing system sorted out here. Up next, we have on the inner, Jonathan Tobon. His personal best is a 36.33, skated in Salt Lake City last year. Starting on the outer, we have Jesse Lafayette. Lafayette posted a 56.61. That was a personal best yesterday. I believe Tobon did not race the first 500. Tobon leading at the opener, going to open with a 10.48. Lafayette 14.37. Tobon entering the final turn. See where he finishes. Could be in the 37-second range. Here he comes to the line. Tobon finishes just under 37 with a 36.94. Considering his personal best time is skated at altitude, that is an excellent time here for Tobon at the Pettit National Ice Center. Here comes Lafayette, and he'll post a personal best time with a 56.05, about a half-second personal for Jesse. Up next, we have pair number 5. Starting on the inner, we have Peyton Wendt. Peyton had a 46.39 yesterday. On the outer, we have Finn Siebert. Finn had a 49.08 yesterday. And it looks like we're just waiting on the clock to get reset for pair number 5. Looks like timing issues all sorted out here as we're getting ready as the stadium announcer Jeff Brand announces the pair. It's going to be Siebert leading at the opener, posting an opener of 11.17, went with a 12.53. Siebert now to the inner, went to the outer. See if Siebert can improve on that time from yesterday. Maybe get under the 46-second mark. And Siebert with a 40.33, a personal best for Siebert, went with a 45.33, improves on his time from yesterday by about a second. That'll bring up pair number 6.
Starting on the inner lane is Chris Ward. On the outer, Joshua Kreider.
On the inner for pair number 6, we have Chris Ord, who skated a 45.53 yesterday. On the outer, we have Josh Kreider. Skated a season best yesterday of 45.47, so a solid pairing here. They were in the mid-45s yesterday. Ord opens with a 12.26. Kreider with a 12.4. Yeah, that was a season best for Kreider yesterday. Ord now on the outer, Kreider on the inner. Kreider gaining some ground through the final turn. It's still Ord leading. Kreider trying to claw that distance back. Here they come to the line, as it'll be Ord with a 44.35, Kreider 44.73. That'll be a season best for Kreider by about 3/4 of a second, and over a second improvement for Ord. And personal best times for both skaters. So an excellent second 500 for them this weekend. That'll bring up pair number 7. Starting on the inner, we have Tarek Elatoui.
Starting on the inner is Tariq Elatoy. Starting on the outer is Matthew Trimble.
Elatoui had a personal best yesterday of 44.25. On the outer, we have Matthew Trimble, had a season best yesterday of 45.03. So Elatoui looking to try to be in that 44-second range again. And Matthew Trimble hopefully trying to join him with this second 500 of the weekend. Elatoui opening with a 12.23, Trimble with a 12.55. Quite the age discrepancy between these two, as Elatoui is a junior C1, whereas Matthew Trimble is a master 60 skater. So opposite ends of the spectrum here, probably about the farthest age difference you could get this weekend. Here we come onto the home stretch. Trimble trying to surge, chase down the youngster, but it looks like Elatoui will be ahead at the finish with a 44.37. Clock did not stop for Trimble's time. Should be somewhere in the high 44, low 45 range. That's just off the personal for Elatoui. And if that is under 45 seconds for Matthew Trimble, that would be a new season best time. That is the first 7 pairs of the men's 500 meters. We'll be back at 10:11 Central Time for the remainder of the men's 500 meter pairings. Remember, folks, for the official results, go to speedskatingresults.com. We have all the results posted from yesterday. Today's results will be posted later today. You can check all the results from yesterday. We'll be back again at 10:11 Central Time in about 20 minutes for the remaining men's 500 meter pairings. Welcome back, folks, as we get ready to resume the men's 500 meters. Starting off with pair number 8, we have Mark Yanagihara on the inner. Mark posted a time yesterday of 42.82. In his pair on the outer, we have Tristan Boyd, who posted a 44.13 yesterday. Tristan close to that sub 44 second barrier. Yanagihara looking to try to go under 43 seconds again. Yanagihara with a 11.66 opener, Boyd with a 12.32. Yanagihara now to the outer, Boyd to the inner. Coming on to the home stretch here as Mark leads the pair. See where they stop the clock. As Yanagihara at the line with a 42.96. That is just a tenth slower than yesterday. Tristan Boyd breaks underneath 44 seconds with 43.97. That'll bring up pair number 9. Starting on the inner, we have Kieran Collins. Posted a personal best yesterday with a 42.63. On the outer, we have Jeff Terwilliger. Posted a season best of 43.1 yesterday. So Kieran looking to go back under 43 seconds. And Jeff looking to get under 43 seconds for the first time this season. Collins going to be leading at the opener with a split of 11.42. Terwilliger with 11.96. Collins to the outer, Terwilliger to the inner. Collins going to be leading on to the finishing straightaway. Should be a good time here for Collins as he stops the clock at 42.27. Terwilliger, 43.46. For Collins, that's a new personal best by 3/10 after setting a personal best yesterday. So an excellent weekend in the 500 for Collins as he sets 2 personal best times. That'll bring up pair number 10, starting on the inner. From India, we have Ashwin Kandaru. On the outer, we have Marquivas Humphrey. Kandaru had a personal best yesterday of 42.28. Humphrey had a personal best of 41.93. It should be around the 42-second range for this pairing. Kandaru is a junior C1. Humphreys is a master 35. Humphrey, a little bit of a stumble, but able to keep it together. He's going to be leading the pair coming onto the finishing straight. Trying to hold off the youngster, but Kandaru's not going to go down easy. And a little bit of a stumble there for Humphrey. Kandaru will take the pair with a 42.01. Humphrey, 42.11. Condrew with a new personal best time, just barely missing, getting under that 42-second barrier. Humphrey just outside his personal best. Without that slip, might have been in that 41-second range. Up next, in pair number 11, we have on the inner Jaden O. He posted a time yesterday of 42.13. That was a new personal best. Starting on the outer, we have Adriel Elron Hika. Hika opening with 11.410, opening with 11.57. O had personal yesterday of 42.13. Hika's personal best is a 41.72. See if Hika can set a new personal best. It's going to be close as he comes to the line. Hika with a 41.63. That is a new personal best for Hika. Oh, with a 42.11. 2 100s better than yesterday. New personal for Jaden O as well. So 2 personals in pair number 11. That'll bring up pair number 12. Starting on the inner, we have Landon Boji. He posted a time of 41.92 yesterday. In his pair on the outer, we have Colin Lee. He posted a 40.52 yesterday. Lee going to be leading at the opener. And we'll have to wait for the secondary timing. It looks like the timing system didn't start. We'll have to wait for the manual times for this pairing. Boji and Lee side by side coming down the final 100. It looks like Boji with a slight lead at the finish. We'll have to wait for those times out of the backup system. Pretty evenly matched pair there. And running a test shot on the system as the gun seems to have not initiated the clock on that last pair. Waiting for the officials to get that sorted out. Coming up next, we have pair number 13. Starting on the inner, we have Gavin Ord, posted a 41.72 yesterday. On the outer, we have Edward Nagel, had a season best of 40.08. So Nagel looking to get into the 39s today. Or to see if he can improve on that result from yesterday, maybe get sub 41. And there we go. They've got the timing system sorted out. Again, this is pair number 13 out of 28 for the men's 500-meter second flight this weekend. There are 4 spots available on the World Cup team in the men's 500. And then at the World Cup, that'll be hosted here at the Pettit in February. They'll have 5 spots in the men's 500. The hosting country gets full spots in each distance. Nagel opening with a 10.99, Ord with 11.6. Going to be pretty close to side by side here. Going over the top was Nagel on the backstretch. Ord going to get a little bit of a draft pulling into that final outer. Here they go through the final turn. Nagel going to be leading onto the home stretch. See what can Nagel stop the clock at. Here we go at the line. Nagel 40.05, just 500ths off of that 40-second barrier, but does set a new season best by 3/100ths. Ord with a improvement over yesterday by about a tenth with a 41.61. That'll bring up pair number 14. Starting on the inner, we have Matthew Kurowski, posted a 40.49 yesterday. On the outer, we have Dan Carney, had a 40.08 yesterday. That was a season best. Carney going to be leading at the opening split. Post a 10.92. Kurowski 11.41. Going to be a nice draft for Carney here on the backstretch. Kurowski leads into the corner, but Carney will be leading on the exit. Coming to the finish. Carney at the line with a 40.27, did not get an official time for Carney. That was Kurowski with 40.27. That is about 0.3 faster than yesterday. We'll have to wait for the secondary timing there on Carney. Up next will be pair number 15. That'll be Leo Drosas Thompson on the inner. And on the outer, we have Anson Quinn. Thompson had a 40.21 yesterday. Quinn had a personal best at a 40.02, so Quinn looking to try to break the 40-second barrier for the first time. Thompson opening with 10.99, Quinn with a 11.09. Thompson on the outer now. Quinn will be on the inner. Thompson coming up to the finish. This should be an excellent time for Thompson. Post a time of 38.32. Quinn 39.97. Personal best for Quinn as he breaks the 40-second mark for the first time. That should be a pair of personal bests in that pairing. That'll bring up pair number 16. Starting on the inner, we have Riley Martin.
Pair number 16.
posted a 39.82 yesterday. On the outer, we have Samuel Hart Gorman, posted a 39.76 yesterday. That was a season best. Expecting these two to go sub 40 in their second run at the men's 500 this weekend.
Light skaters, the revised women's 1500 parents are now on Speedskating.
Martin going to open at 10.91. Hart Gorman 11.16. Martin to the outer, Hart Gorman to the inner. We'll see where they come out of this final turn. It looks like Martin's going to be leading the way onto the finishing straight. Martin finishing with a 39.42, Hart Gorman 40.18. As a personal best for Martin. And nearly actually that was a 4/10 improvement over the first 500 from yesterday. That'll bring up pair number 17. Starting on the inner, we have Jeremy Song. He posted a 39.69 yesterday. On the outer, we have Keith Keovan. He had a 39.59 or 39.56 yesterday. We do have some revised pairings for the women's 1500s, which will be coming up later today.
This is pair 17.
Song leading at the opener with a 10.95. Keovan with a 11 flat. Song to the outer, Keovan to the inner. Keovan gets the chase on the backstretch. Let's see where that final quarter puts them. Keovan trying to slingshot, and he'll go down in the exit of that corner. This is Song coming to the finish. Song will post a time of 39.65. That is a 4/100th improvement over yesterday. Unfortunate result there for Keith Keovan as he went down in the final corner. I think he would have posted a similar time to Song, just looking where they were. Now we'll have the officials check out the ice, make sure that the corner is okay.
So is Landon both posting a time of 39.99, Colin Lee 40.47.
We've got a 2-minute delay for ice repair. I'd like to take time to thank the U.S. Speedskating sponsors for helping these athletes this season, also helping us put on the broadcast here at the Pettit National Ice Center.
So the track record here, posted by Jordan Stolz with a resume skating.
And we are ready to get back to the men's 500-meter pairings. In pair number 18, we have Henry Schlichting. Posted a time yesterday of 39.66. That was a new personal best. On the outer, we have Mason Riley. Also posted a personal best yesterday with a 39.22. It'll be Riley leading at the opening split with a 10.78. Schlichting with a 11.36. Pretty even on the backstretch, and Schlichting has to give way to Riley because Riley's traveled farther in the race in order to avoid a disqualification. And down goes Riley. Schlichting able to skate by on his feet. This will be Schlichting coming up to the finish. We've had two skaters fall out of that inner lane in the previous two pairs. Final time for Schlichting will be 40.43. That'll be slower than his new personal set yesterday. It looks like Mason Riley's at least sitting up over in the corner where he went down. That's a good sign. And able to get back to his feet. So I believe we'll have another ice repair. It's a 3-minute delay for ice repair, but good to at least see Riley able to get up quickly and skate away. We'll be back in 3 minutes to continue with the men's 500-meter pairings. should be just about done with the ice repairs here. Coming up next, we have pair number 19 featuring Jerry Meck on the inner. He posted a new personal best time yesterday of 39.32. On the outer, we have David Provad, posted a 38.59 yesterday. Now starters calling our 19th pair to the line. As I said, this is Jerry Meck on the inner, David Provad on the outer. Provad opening with a 10.87, Meck with a 10.88. Well, a pretty even match pair there at the opener. Provad going to get the chase. They're going to come through just about even into the final turn. That's going to put Provad leading on to the final straightaway. Let's see what time David can post here as he comes to the line. He'll stop the clock at 38.82. About 2/10 slower than yesterday. Meck with a 40.05. About 7/10 slower than yesterday's result. That'll bring up pair number 20. Starting on the inner, we have Aiden Meacham. Posted a new personal best yesterday with a 39.12. Starting on the outer, we have Matthew Salm. Posted a season best at 38.29 yesterday. So potential in this pair to be in the 38-second range. Let's see what times they post here as we come down to our final 9 pairings here for the men's 500 meters this weekend. We got 4 spots up for grabs on the World Cup team for the 500 meters. Salm going to be leading at the opener with a 10.76. Meacham with a 11.11. Slight stumble there from Meacham, but able to hold it together. Need to be careful on this exchange. Meacham might get called for impeding there as Salm was not able to get over cleanly, and Meacham had to slow down. The inner skater has to give way to the outer because the outer has gone farther at that point in the race. Here's Salm finishing with a 38.68, just a few tenths off his personal. Meacham with 39.59. And about half a second off of his personal for Meacham. We'll see if there's any call there for impeding by Meacham. Up next is pair number 21. We have on the inner Sam Chamberlain. Had a personal best yesterday of 38.61. On the outer, we have Brian Bullard. had a season best of 37.98. So expecting times in the 38s out of this pairing. Chamberlain, a junior B1. Bullard, a Masters 30. Bullard opening with a 10.37. Chamberlain with 10.69. Going to be a nice chase for Bullard on the backstretch. Bullard was just barely trailing as they entered the corner, and now he slingshots into the lead with that final inner. Here they come to the line. Let's see where Bullard stops the clock. He hits the line at 38.16. Chamberlain, 38.69. Solid race for Bullard, about 2/10 slower than yesterday. Chamberlain, less than a tenth off his personal best from yesterday. So a solid race there out of pair number 21. That'll bring up pair number 22. Starting on the inner, we have George Wheelock. Posted a time of 38.38 yesterday. On the outer, we have Zachary Jensen, set a personal best yesterday with a 37.8. Low 38 isn't out of the question. Want to see, though, can they crack into those high 37s in this pair? Pretty even at the opening split. Jensen 10.81, Wheelock 10.91. Jensen getting the chase down the backstretch. Entering the final turn. Jensen will go into the lead coming onto the final straightaway. He stumbles and down he goes, and able to avoid the collision was Wheelock, and he pulls up. Oh, Wheelock will coast to the finish. He'll post a time of 39.65. Both skaters were on an excellent pace there before Jensen went down. Thankfully, Wheelock able to avoid colliding with Jensen. I can see Jensen moving from here. At least good to see that he's sitting up now and moving. It's kind of that same spot just past the apex that we've seen on the inner lane. That's where I believe all three falls in that final corner have taken place so far for us in the 500s today. Apart from the fall we had in the ladies, that was in the opening corner. The official's going to check out the corner, see if there's any ice repair needed. And not sure if the skaters are just catching bad spot in their edge, if they're booting out at that spot because they're carrying so much speed trying to hug those blocks on that final inner. But that has been the consistent point for skaters to go down here in the men's 500s. It's been that last inner right when they get by the apex. Still waiting to see if they need an ice repair or not. It looks like they are looking at a patch there. I'm not sure if we're going to get a full-length ice repair or not here. We had no call from the referees over the radio. Up next, we have pair number 23. Starting on the inner, we have Angelo Verdugo Casedo out of Colombia. He posted a personal best yesterday with a 37.73. On the outer, we have Austin Carlson, had a season best yesterday of 37.73. And a clean start here for pair number 23. Verdugo opening 10.51, Carlson 10.56. Verdugo, the Colombian, to the outer, Carlson to the inner. Let's see how Carlson takes this last inner. He's able to keep his footing, and he's able to slingshot by Verdugo. Here they come up to the finish. Should be a quick time here. Carlson will stop the clock at 37.99. About 2/10 off his personal. Verdugo, 38.10. So both a little bit slower than yesterday, but an excellent pairing there from the Colombian Verdugo and the American Carlson. Up next, we have on the inner in pair number 24, Max Weber. He posted a season best yesterday of 37.34. On the outer, we have Augie Herman. Posted a season best of 37.06 yesterday. And I was speaking with his mother during the intermission, and we believe that that was the fastest time that Augie has ever skated the 500 in here at the Pettit National Ice Center. So it has a chance to crack underneath that 37-second mark. See what the Minnesota native's able to do here. Fast openers, Herman 10.44, Weber 10.50. Herman's going to get the chase down the backstretch here. Weber over to the outer cleanly. Heading into the final turn, Herman's going to catch up here. He's able to stay on his feet. He'll be leading onto the final stretch. Let's see where they stop the clock here. This is going to be a quick time for both skaters. Herman across the line unofficially with a 37.01. So a new season best, a new Pettit personal best for Augie Herman. Weber 37.03. That is a season best for Weber, and we'll have to see with the photo finish timing. Maybe they got underneath that 37-second barrier, but an excellent pairing there for pair number 24. That'll bring up pair 25. Starting on the inner, we have Liam Kitchell. Had a season best time yesterday of 37.28. On the outer, we have Oliver Grab from Switzerland. He posted a 36.05 yesterday. So with a real chance of being able to crack into the 35-second area. See where they're at the opening split. Rob going to be leading with a 10.08, fastest opener so far. Kitchell 10.43. No interference there on the backstretch. Grob able to pass Kitchell before they entered the last turn. Grob should be setting the new fastest time here. Let's see where he can stop the clock. Can he get in under 36 seconds? It's going to be close. There he is at the line, and it's a 36.2, just barely slower than yesterday. Kitchell with a 37.14. That is a new season best for Kitchell. A strong result there from pair number 25. As Grob out of Switzerland posts the time to beat. That'll bring up pair number 26 on the inner. We have Sebastian Guzman Bitar out of Spain. He posted a time yesterday of 36.57. On the outer, we have Alex Sklutovsky, had a 35.91, so sub 36 watch on this pairing as well. Counting this pair, it's 3 pairs to go to finish up the men's 500 meters here for the second flight of the weekend. Again, top 4 for the U.S. with a chance to make the World Cup team and skate the distance on the World Cup circuit this year. 9.99 opener for Guzman. Sklutovsky 10.1 on the opener. Sklutovsky making up some ground here. He goes into the lead onto the home stretch. Should be a fast time here for Sklutovsky. Here he comes to the line, and he's going to go 35.69. That's the new fastest time of the day. Guzman, 36.49. Sklutovsky going faster than yesterday. Not far off his personal for Sklutovsky, which he skated in Salt Lake City. So that is an excellent result from Sklutovsky here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Up next is the penultimate pair, pair number 27. On the inner, we have Austin Kleba. Posted the 4th fastest time yesterday with a 35.44. On the outer, we have Cooper McLeod. He posted the 3rd fastest time with 35.11. So looking for the low 35, see if they can improve on those times from yesterday. Both probably still inside the top 4 times from what was posted yesterday compared to today, but still want to finish the weekend on a good note in the 500. Let's see how fast they can open. Kleba usually pretty good on the opener. He'll be leading at the opening split, 9.88. McLeod, 9.92. Austin Kleba made his first Olympic team in 2022, skating the 500 meter and the 1,000. Kleba on the outer, McLeod on the inner, and McLeod going to slingshot into the lead with that last inner. McLeod leading down the final 100. And McLeod going to stop the clock at 35.07. Kleba 35.17. So improvements for both from yesterday. Nearly 3/10 for Kleba, about 0.05 for McLeod. Excellent race there from the penultimate pair, able to improve upon their times yesterday. And that'll bring up our final pair. Starting on the inner, we have Zach Stoppelmoor. He posted a 34.91. That was a season best yesterday. On the outer, we have the track record holder and national record holder, Jordan Stolz. He posted a 34.47 yesterday. His track record here is 34.4. We'll see if he can improve on his time from yesterday by about 0.08 to break his own track record. It's been a little hit or miss today. We've seen some new personal bests, some new season bests, but we've seen some people that set excellent times yesterday fall behind by a couple tenths. So we'll have to see what this final pair has in store for us. Thought Zach Stoppelmoor had a great 500 yesterday, as was able to keep up with Stolz on that opening 100 and really didn't let him get away. Let's see how Stoppelmoor's able to open here. And he's going to hang with Stolz again. They'll be close at the opening split. Stoppelmoor 9.9, Stolz 9.81. Oh, Stolz opening faster, but Stoppelmore, no slouch there with a excellent opener as well. Here they go into the final turn. Stolz will go into the lead as they come out of the final corner. Let's see what pace is Stolz on here coming up to the line. He'll post a time of 34.58. That'll be off. That'll be a little bit slower than yesterday by about a tenth. Stoppelmore, 35.05. That's about a tenth and a half slower than yesterday. So Kleba McLeod improve upon yesterday. A little bit slower today from Stolz and Stoppelmore, but some excellent racing there out of the men in the second flight of the 500 meters. Should be Stolz, Stoppelmore, McLeod, and Kleba in contention for those 4 spots. They're sending 14 skaters to the World Cup this season, and they'll have to sort out who's going to fill what spots after they see where everybody finishes across all the disciplines this weekend. We're going to go to a resurface break, and then when we come back, we'll have the women's 1,500 meters as our next event. We may have a reskate here. You can hear the engines for the Zamboni starting up, but believe we may have a reskate for one of the skaters that fell earlier in the men's 500s. And it looks like we will have a reskate. We've got George Wheelock on the inner and Mason Riley on the outer. Wheelock had a 38.38 yesterday. Riley had a 39.22. That was a new personal yesterday. This is out of competition, but looking to see if they can improve on their times. We had Vona Shill, who fell in the women's 500s and actually improved upon her time from yesterday in her reskate. Not an easy feat by any means. And we have a false start on the reskate to add insult to injury. Oh, it was a not stable on the inner lane, so now the reskate pair is charged with the false start. And able to get away cleanly here on the second try. Wheelock leading at the split of 10.88. Riley with a 10.97. Wheelock on the outer, Riley on the inner. Able to get through that final corner upright. This is Wheelock coming up to the finish. Let's see what time he stops the clock at. It'll be 39.18. It'll be about half a second slower than yesterday. Riley with a 41.37. So both skaters going a bit slower than yesterday. Not unusual in a reskate to go a little bit slower than what you might expect, especially after reskating after a fall as opposed to a false start. That concludes the men's 500 meters. We'll be back for the women's 1500s. Just waiting on the official restart time. It looks like we're about 9 to 10 minutes behind schedule with all the ice repairs that happened in the course of the 500s this morning. Racing will resume at 11:19 Central Time. That is 11:19 Central Time that racing will resume. We'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Welcome back, folks, as we kick things off here with the women's 1,500 meter pairings. This is technically pair number 2, but is event number 1. We had Erin Jackson originally scheduled as a single in pair number 1. She has withdrawn from the event. This is Juliet Song and Vona Shill. Vona in the red armband, Juliet in the white armband. Well, we will have, officially we were supposed to have 13 pairs in the women's 1,500. Will be 12. That's Vona on the outer. Vona's personal best in this distance is a 2:24.66. Song's personal best time is a 2:24.86. A very evenly matched pair here. Heading on to the backstretch for the final time, as Vona has the lead heading into the final turn with that inner lane. She's in good position to win the pair. Question is, where is she going to stop the clock? She's got to get down this final 100. It won't be a personal best, but it could be a new season best. She has a 2:33 from this season here in Milwaukee, and she will get a new season best time with a 2:29.27. Song with a 2:31.29. It's about 7 seconds off her season best from this year.
At the stall line is pair number 2. Excuse me, 3. Starting on the inner is Eileen O. On the outer, Caitlin Lee. Go to the start.
This is pair number 3. Starting on the inner, we have Eileen O. On the outer, we have Caitlin Lee. O, a junior C1, and Lee, a junior B1. About 2 years age difference between these two ladies.
Gears are coming up to 3 to go.
At the opening split, it's Lee leading with 30.05, O with 30.62. Lee's personal best time in this distance is a 2:27.89. That was set this September in Salt Lake City. O's personal best, a 2:22.12, also set in Salt Lake City earlier this season. O with a 34.69, Lee with a 34.9. Pretty evenly matched pair so far. Coming up to 1 lap to go. O split 38.35, Lee split 39.86 as they head through the second to last corner. O will move to the outer, Lee will finish on the inner. This is O coming on to the finishing straightaway. Should be pretty close to her personal best time, just a few seconds off, finishing with a 2:23.93. Lee with a 2:29.03. So O about 2 seconds off her personal best time, just inside of 2 seconds. Lee about 2 seconds off her personal best as well. A solid race there from pair number 3. That'll bring up pair number 4. We have out of Columbia on the inner, Karen Saitama. Her personal best is a 2:15.66 skated in Salt Lake City this past January. On the outer, we have Elena Stave, who was paired with her sister Elise in the 500s earlier today, got bragging rights for the car ride home. Stave's personal best is a 2:14.88, has a 2:19 this season in Milwaukee. So this should be a fairly well-matched pair. Should be able to stay within reach of each other over the course of these 3 3/4 lap discipline. Coming up to 2 laps to go, it's Stave in the lead for the pair. Her split 32.49. Saitama with a 33.04. You notice different styles here as Stave swinging 2 arms, Saitama with the 1 arm swing. Sometimes it's personal preference for the skater. Now, Jonathan Garcia used to like to swing 1 arm only because it was better for his tempo. Some skaters prefer the 2 arm swing, really depends. Stave here with a split of 35.02, Saitama 36.12. Stave transfers over to the inner, most likely going to win the pair. Let's see where Stave's able to stop the clock. Right now, I'd say she's on pace for a new personal best. Has to fight down this final 100. Let's see, can she stop the clock before 2:14? Oh, and she'll do it by a full second, finishes 2:13.04, a new personal best for Stave. Saitama, a 2:19.39. Solid race out of the Colombian. And Elena Stave, excellent race, setting a new personal by nearly 2 seconds. And a Pettit personal this year of about 6 seconds. So Elena Stave having an excellent weekend. That'll bring up pair number 5 next. Starting on the inner, we have Audrey Hahn. Audrey's personal best is a 2:23.73, has a 2:24 this season in Salt Lake. Starting on the outer, we have Evie Forer, has a personal best in Milwaukee of 2:14.5. See if Forer can try to challenge the top time set by Stave in that last pair. 1,500 meters starts on the backstretch. It's about 3/4 of a lap for the opener, and then it's 3 full laps after the opening split. Four's opening split 29.84, Han 31.09. Four will move to the inside, Han will move to the outer. And four wasting no time getting over into that inner lane. Makes it difficult for Han to catch a little bit of a draft behind her. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Four with about a 40-meter lead on her pair partner, Han. Four split 34.1. Han with 35.96. Four moves back to the outer. Han back to the inner. We're going to be coming up to 1 lap to go here, and we'll see how Four compares to that time set by Stave. Needs to be settled into her rhythm. There's a split 35.5. So it's about 3 seconds behind Stave's time. Let's see how this final lap goes here for Four. She's going to drop the second arm, try to pick up the pace for this final lap. She's going through the final turn to see where she is as she comes up to the line. I think she'll be behind the time of Stave. Should see something around the 2:14, 2:15 mark here. Coming to the line here. And she'll post a time of 2:14.78. Just about 3/10 off of her personal best time. An excellent race there for Han with a 2:26.02. And that is a new personal best. Or no, sorry, that is 3 seconds off the personal best for Han. Up next, we have Nastasha Rudilovich on the inner.
At the start line is pair number 6.
Her personal best is a 2:11.97. She skated a 2:20 here in Milwaukee this season. On the outer, we have Elise Stave. Elise has a personal best of 2:12.63. That's from Calgary last year. Has a 2:20 this season in Milwaukee, so should be a fairly well-matched pair. Now Elise trying to chase down the time set by her younger sister, Elena. Stave going to be leading at the split, and she's got a faster split than her sister, 28.77. Rudilovich, 29.78. Stave to the inner now, Rudilovich to the outer. We'll see where Elise is in relation to Elena. She's also adopting the double action arm swing. At the split, she's 3/100ths ahead with a 32.58. Rudilovich with a 33.42. Elise trying to go for the win over her sister Elena. Right now on pace for it, but cannot afford to give up ground as we're coming up to 1 lap to go. See where we're at the final lap split. She's behind the pace by Elena with a 35.38. Rudilovich undercutting Stave with a 35.05. And Rudilovic looking strong here as she goes ahead of Stave on the backstretch. Stave will get back by on the inner. Here we come onto the finishing straightaway. As of right now, it looks like Elise will be off the pace set by Elena. Here they come to the line. And Elise, second fastest time with a 2:13.53. Rudilovic, third fastest, 2:14.17. Solid performances for both. But Elena about a half second faster than her sister Elise, as she holds on to the top spot for at least one more pair. Up next is pair number 7.
At the line is pair number 7. Starting on the inner is Larissa Paz.
Starting on the inner from Brazil, we have Larissa Paes. On the outer, we have Melissa Dahlman. Paes is a Masters 30 skater. Dahlman, Master 40. We'll get into their personal best and season best times throughout the course of this race. A clean start here for pair number 7. Pretty evenly matched here as we come to the opening split. It'll be Dahlman with the fastest opener at 28.75. Paes with a 29.94. Paes to the outer lane, Dahlman to the inner. Paes is the national record holder for Brazil in the 1500 meters. Paes' best time, 22 minutes, 8 seconds, and 0.74. Dahlman's best, 2:06.85. Paes has skated a 2:10 flat in Salt Lake this year. Dahlman has done a 2:08.74 in Salt Lake. Let's see if we can maybe crack the 2:10 mark with this pair. Right now they're running faster than the pace set by Elena Stave. Coming up to 1 lap to go. Both skaters still in contact. Dahlman going to be leading at the split with a 33.95. Paes with a 34.24. Paes to the outer, Dahlman to the inner. Dahlman getting a little bit of a slipstream through there as she's able to pull to even with Paes as they head into the final turn. This is Dahlman on the inner, Paes on the outer. Dahlman should set the new top time. Let's see how close she gets to her season best. It'll be close, and Dahlman will stop the clock at 2:10.04. Paes 2:12.08. So new fastest 1 and 2 on the board. Dahlman about a second and a half off her season best, but that season best was skated at altitude in Salt Lake City. Paes about 2 seconds off her season best as well. And again, that was also skated at altitude. But they go to number 1 and 2 on the board. Up next is pair number 8. Starting on the inner, we have Ella Teeples, and on the outer, we have Leah Choi. Both junior ladies eligible for the junior world team. Those trials will take place later this year. The track record here at the Pettit in this distance is held by Brittany Bowe, who we'll see later on in the pairings. It's a time of 153.5. We're still waiting to see our first sub 210, and we should see some sub 2 minutes in the later pairings. Choi opening with a 29.08, Teeples 29.42. Choi's personal best is a 213.37, has a 214.5 this season in Salt Lake. Teeples' personal best is a 210, has a 211 also in Salt Lake, so would be personal best time for them to go under 210 here in Milwaukee. It is possible. The ice, we've already seen 2 track records fall this weekend, so not out of the realm of possibility, but they've got some ground to make up here. Teeples 32.82, Choi 34.39. We'll be coming up to 1 lap to go at the end of this next straightaway. It's Teeples leading at the split of 35.33, Choi 36.01. They're going to be behind the time set by Dahlman. See where their final times put them. Believe they'll be behind their season best from Salt Lake. This is Teeples on the outer. Teeples on to the finishing straightaway. Choi now coming into frame. Teeples will take the pair. She'll be off her season best by about 4 seconds with a 215.34. Choi with a 217.16. That's about 6 seconds off her season best. Up next is pair number 9. Starting on the inner, we have Mackenzie Brown. And on the outer, we have Marley Solden. Brown, a senior level skater. Marley Solden, a A1, so eligible for trying to qualify for the junior world team later this season. And coming on to the second opening straightaway. Brown will be leading at the opener with a 27.03, fastest opener so far. Solden with a 28.14, second fastest opener. Brown's personal best is a 205.17. Has not raced a 1500 yet this season. Solden's personal best, a 205.94. Has a 207 this season in Salt Lake. So potential for both of them to go under 210. At 2 laps to go, Brown 31.04, Solden 31.75. So faster than the pace of Dahlman. Right now, Brown on pace for sub 210. Brown back to the inner now, Solden to the outer. We're coming up to 1 lap to go. See where Brown's split puts her at. It's 34.06. If she can hold similar to that, we'll be under 210. Solden with 33.79, so a better lap there than Brown. She'll have the finish on the inner, and you can see Brown fighting it on the backstretch, trying to use the arms to help push her legs. Solden charging here up the inside. Should come out about even. Let's see who has the legs here at the end. It's Solden going through on the inside. She'll take the pair. Question is, what will that time stop at? And Solden with a 2:08.82. Brown with a 2:09.49. So our first sub 2:10s today. Season best for Brown. Solden about a second off her season best, but again, that was skated at altitude in Salt Lake City. So a strong finishing performance there by Marley Solden puts her on top of the board as we move on to pair number 10. In pair number 10, starting on the inner, we have Rebecca Simmons. On the outer, we have Libby Williams. Rebecca Simmons, a senior 35 skater. Williams, a first-year neo-senior. Becoming neo after you finish your junior A2 season. There are 4 years of neo-senior status. Williams, second fastest opening split with 27.79. Simmons, 28.99. See if they can shake up the leaderboard here. Williams to the inner, Simmons to the outer. And while this may not come through on the broadcast, you can start to feel the air start to swirl here in the Pettit with the movement and speed of these skaters. Williams 30.44, Simmons 31.68. You can feel the air that they're pulling as they go by. This is Williams on the outer, Simmons back on the inner, coming up to 1 lap to go. Williams looking strong here. Her split 33.6, Simmons 33.34. Williams looking to set the new benchmark to beat. Simmons chasing down the backstretch, gaining some ground on Williams, but has that last outer. It's going to give Williams a little bit of cushion as they head on to the finishing straightaway. See if Simmons can close that gap down any further. Williams on the inner, Simmons on the outer. It'll be Williams taking the pair with a new top time of 2:08.44. Simmons, third fastest, 2:09.14. That's a new season best time for Williams, about half a second faster than her best so far this year in Salt Lake. Libby Williams, your new leader with 4 pairs remaining. Up next is pair number 11. It'll be skated as a single by Ilsa Schob. Tough distance to skate as a single. And it's almost 4 laps. And when skated solo, you don't have the benefit of maybe catching a draft on alternating laps. Also don't have that other skater to mark yourself against. Schob going to open with a 28.26. We'll see how Shobe is able to perform here as a solo. Skated a new personal best time this year in Salt Lake with a 2:06.78. Currently off the pace for that time. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Ilsa 31.63. See if she can get in under the 2:10 mark here, skating as a single, and that would be a pretty good finish. Skating as a single. Shobe on the inner. Coming up to 1 lap to go. There's the bell. Shobe with 33.67, currently running a 2 3/4 slower than the time set by Williams. Oh, Shobe on the backstretch for the final time. We'll see where it looks like she'll finish. She's coming out of the corner just as we cross the 2-minute mark, has that final 100. Trying to get in under 2:10. Fight down that last 50 meters. Coming up to the line. She'll stop the clock at 2:09.72. About a 3 seconds slower than her personal. But again, personal was set in Salt Lake earlier this year. So a solid performance there for Ilsa Shobe. That'll bring up pair number 12. Starting on the inner, we have Kimmy Getz, and on the outer, we have Anna Quinn. Kimmy Getz has already had an excellent outing this weekend, won both of the 500s. Anna Quinn, coming off of surgery this offseason, had an excellent 3K yesterday. Kimmy opening with the fastest opener at 25.61. Quinn with a 28.09. See if Kimmy can set a benchmark for the final 2 pairs to beat. There's 4 spots in the women's 1500 for the World Cup team this year. Kimmy Getz's personal best is a 153.71. Her season best is a 154 in Salt Lake. Her split 28.83. Anna Quinn's personal best is a 202.5. Season best is a 208 here in Milwaukee. Oh, Quinn going to try to beat 208. Kimmy Getz going to try to be our first sub-2 minute and put herself in position to be in qualifying position for a World Cup spot in this discipline. There's the bell for 1 lap to go. Getz with a 30.18. We know it's going to be a new top time. Question is, what is the final time going to be for Getz? Quinn split 33.21. Looks like it's going to be a pretty solid race here for Quinn. But it's Getz in the lead. We'll see where she can stop the clock here. She's on the home stretch under the 150 mark. Here she comes to the line. She'll stop the clock at 1:56.86. That is the new top time and is only about 2 seconds off her season best. Here comes Quinn to the finish, close to her season best with a 208.08, and that is a new season best for Quinn by about a 1/10 of a second. But Quinn with a solid weekend so far, and Kimmy Getz putting herself in great position to qualify in this distance for the World Cup team. She is now our new leader as we move on to the penultimate pairing. In pair number 13, we have on the inner Sophia Thorup out of Denmark. On the outer, we have Brittany Bowe. This is the second to last pair. Sophia Thorup, personal best is a 155.96, skated in Salt Lake this year. Brittany Bowe opening with discipline. Record holder here at the Pettit National Ice Center with a 153.5. We saw 2 track records fall yesterday. Can Brittany break her own track record? She's splitting with a 27.89, Thorup with a 28.16. And on the outer, we have Greta Myers. Timing ready for this final pairing of the women's 1,500 meters. After the women's 1,500, we'll have a short break for a timing change, and then we'll run through 10 pairs of the men's 1,500s. And then we will have a resurface before finishing with the final 17 pairs of the men's 1,500s. We also have the women's 5,000, the men's 10,000, 1 pair for each event there before we finish racing today. We'll have a slower start here from Bowe. We should expect her to have a strong finish. Greta Myers' personal best in this distance is a 155.67. That's from Insel this past March. Her split Welcome back, folks, as we move on to the men's 1500 meters. Starting on the inner, skating as a single, we have Peyton Went, Junior B. We'll get into his personal best time throughout this race, and it actually looks like this will be Peyton's first ever 1500 meters skated in competition. So this will be his personal best as long as he doesn't get disqualified in this race. And it looks like the clock did not start for Went, so after this race we'll have to do a test shot, make sure that the clock will start. We had an issue with some of the 500s earlier today, so we'll have to resort to manual timing for Went. And Went skating this as a single, and I think this is one of the hardest distances to skate as a single, because you're trying to go closer to your top speed than you would be in the 5K or the 10K. And in the 5K and the 10K, you're usually wanting to go at your pace. So you may be leaving your pair behind. You may want to trail early, whereas in the 1500, you're trying to be closer to that top sprinter speed, maybe not quite full gas, but it is difficult to skate this one as a solo, and especially not getting any benefits of trading off drafts on the backstretch. There's the bell for 1 lap to go for Peyton Went. Hopefully we'll have his time after the race to announce for what will be his new personal best. And so far he's doing a great job making sure he's in the correct lane so he does not get disqualified. So from here, Went just now needing to get across the finish line. He'll set a personal best for himself in the 1500 meters. And looking strong coming up to the finish. This is not an easy distance, even though it's not as far as the 5K or the 10K. It is a difficult discipline. So congrats to Peyton Went. Got your personal best time. We'll know it shortly here, hopefully. And waiting for make sure that the clock is working on the starter's pistol this time around as we get into pair number 2. In this pair, we'll have Kieran Collins on the inner and George Wheelock on the outer. Just waiting on the starters now. We'll see if they'll release the skaters here so they can try to keep their muscles warm. They've been standing at the start line here for longer than usual while waiting on the test shots. They're going to send them over to the warm-up lane. Not ideal here for this pair, having to wait this long. You've gone through your warm-up routine with the plans of getting to the line and within maybe 30 seconds of getting your race underway. And it is a bit brisk here in the Pettit this weekend. There was a lot of frost on the ground this morning as the temperature dropped last night. So difficult to keep warm. Want to try to get those muscles moving. And that was our third test shot. Still waiting for the timing system to register the gun going off to start the clock. Well, while we wait, let's go through some of the results from this weekend. As we said, Kimmy Getz won both the 500s for the women. In the 1,000 yesterday for the women, it was Brittany Bowe who won with a time of 1:14.02. Kimmy Getz finished second with a 1:14.25, so almost within 2/10 of Brittany Bowe. Kimmy Getz off to a great start this season. From Denmark, we had Sophia Thorup finishing in third with a 1:14.99. Greta Myers took fourth on the board, but third for the Americans with a 1:16.33. There are 5 spots for the women's 1,000 that the World Cup team has. Mia Manganello with a 1:17.33 finished 5th, and Krista Rance Evans with a season best of a 1:18.2 yesterday. Erin Jackson just outside of the top 5 U.S. women with a 1:18.25. Men's 1,000 from yesterday, Jordan Stolz had a season best of a 1:07.67, claiming the top spot. Finishing in second, Zach Stoppelmore with a season best of a 1:08.87. Cooper McLeod finished third with a 1:08.94, so less than about half of a tenth off of Stoppelmore. Connor McDermott Mistoe finished fourth with a 1:09.65. Austin Kleba coming in fifth with a 1:10.61, so just outside of the 4 spots available for the men's 1,000 meters. And then Augie Herman finished with a season best of 1:11.17 yesterday to finish 6th, and Alex Gutowski finished 7th with a 1:12.38. For the ladies 3,000, Greta Myers with a track record with a 4.05 and 45. Manganello with a second place finish at 4:17.21. Nastasia Lindenskov from Denmark finished in third with 4 minutes 20 seconds, .81. That was a personal best. Marley Solden, Junior A, with a 4:26.64, and Rebecca Simmons with a 4:29.09, and then Anna Quinn with a, it's registering as a personal best, it may not be, but she had a 4:36.3 yesterday. Three spots available for the women's 3K. And for the men, Casey Dawson set a track record with a 6:15.61, taking the top spot. Ethan Seprin finished second with a 6:27.29. Kellen Dunphy third with a 6 minutes 39 seconds for season best. And Jonathan Tobon finished fourth with a 6:40.85. And William Silk rounding out the top 5 with a 6:45.41. 4 spots for the men's 5,000 meters World Cup team are available. They'll get a 5th one when they have the World Cup here in Milwaukee come February. And now we're ready to get underway again with the men's 1,500 meter pairings. We've got pair number 2 here with Kieran Collins on the inner and George Wheelock on the outer. No personal best so far in this distance for either of these skaters, so looking to finish this one without getting disqualified so they can register a PR. It'll be Wheelock leading coming up to the opening split. Wheelock 26.21, Collins 28.68. Oh, Wheelock looking strong as he moves to the inner. Collins going to be on the outer. Wheelock looking settled in nicely. Split at 2 laps to go, 28.69. Collins 28 or 30.01. Oh, Wheelock running away with this pair. Coming up to 1 lap to go for Wheelock. We'll see what his split looks like. 31.79 could be under 2 minutes for Wheelock, depending on this final lap. Start to see it's a little bit more labored here on the backstretch for the final time. Trying to keep everything together, keep it composed. Trying to get under 2 minutes. He gets onto the home stretch, and you can really see he's laboring now, coming down the final 100. We'll see where he stops the clock. It'll be just outside of the 2 minute marks with a 2:02.78, new personal best for Wheelock. Dropped about 5 seconds on that last lap. Collins, 2:12.17, new personal best. Wheelock sets a new personal best time. Was on pace to go under 2 minutes, but lost about 5 seconds on that last lap. So if he can find a way to lock that in, should be able to get under the 2 minute mark at some point this season. Up next, we have pair number 3. On the inner, we have from India, Ashwin Kanduru. And on the outer, we have Tariq Elatoui, both junior C1s. Kanduru has a personal best in this distance of a 2:34.06 set in Minnesota this past February. Elatoui also set his personal in February in Minnesota with a 2:40.16, looking to improve on those times today. This is Kanduru on the outer, Elatoui on the inner. They're at 2 laps to go. Kanduru, 32.45. Elatoui, 33.68. Solid lap times here. They should smash their previous personal best times. Again, those were skated in Minnesota, and if you aren't aware, the oval in Roseville, Minnesota is actually outdoors. I believe it is said to be the largest new. Looking strong as he went through the backstretch for the final time. And he is going to blow away his previous personal best. He looks strong coming into the finish here. An excellent outing from the youngster. Elatoui into frame now. Kanduru, 2:11.37. That is a big personal best. Elatoui, 2:17.72. Well, about 20 seconds plus for both of them with new personal best times. Excellent result from the junior C1 men. Up next is pair number 4.
Up next is pair number 4.
Starting on the inner, we have Edward Nagel. And on the outer, we have Chris Ord. Nagel is a junior A1. Ord is a Masters 40 skater. About 20 years age difference in this pairing. This is Nagel leading the pair coming to the opening split. Nagel split 27.21, Ord 29.31. Nagel's personal best is a 214.4. He has a 222 in Milwaukee this season. Chris Ord, personal best is a 220.74. Has a season best in Salt Lake of 230 this season. We're coming up to 2 laps to go. Nagel, 33.28. Ord, 34.93. This is Edward Nagel on the inner, coming up to 1 lap to go. Split for Nagel, 35.55. Should be a personal best for Nagel. Ord, 39.46. And you can start to see the pain setting in here for Nagel. Just trying to will himself through the final 300. He's in the final turn. Let's see where he comes out. Should be around the 215 range. Hoping for a new personal. It'll be a new season best. Here he comes to the line. Nagel, 212.97, a new personal by a second and a half. Here comes Chris Ord coming to the finish. He'll be off his personal, but it should be a new season best by about 5 seconds. Ord with a 226.28. That's about a 4-second season best for Chris Ord. So personal best for Nagel, a season best for Ord. And that concludes pair number 4. We're running 10 pairs out of the 27 for the men's 1500 before we have a resurface break. Up next is pair number 5. On the inner we have Sebastian Epperson, and on the outer we have Joshua Kreider. All right, folks, had to take a brief pause there. The DJ was playing something that sounded like a warning message. Oh, opening split here for Epperson, 28.04. Kreider, 29.78. And Epperson forgot to change lanes, and he knew it right after he entered the corner. Epperson having to pull himself out of the race as he knows that it would have been a disqualification anyway. Forgot to change lanes on the backstretch. Oh, Epperson pulled off. This is Kreider on the inner. Unfortunate for Epperson. 2 laps to go for Kreider, split 34.15. Oh, Kreider now moving to the outer. That's a tough one for Epperson. It'll happen from time to time. But he had a good opening split. This is Kreider, 37.35. Josh's personal best is a 2:11.74. His season best is a 2:30.98 here in Milwaukee. Should be able to improve on that season best time. Epperson had set a new personal best in Salt Lake this year of a 2:14.48. Here comes Kreider to the finish with a 2:21.56. That'll be a new season best by 9 seconds. Oh, and no time there for Epperson. He pulled himself out of the race after he forgot to change lanes on the backstretch. Up next, we have pair number 6. Starting in pair number 6 on the inner, we have Jaden O. And on the outer, we have Adriel Elron Hicka. Waiting for them to sort out the timing system after DQ on Epperson.
Next, pair number 6. Starting on the inner is Jaden O. And on the outer, Eldron Dika. Go to the car. There are 6 on the way. Coaches, skaters, please be aware that there are changes to the men's 1,500 meter.
We will have some changes to the men's 1,500 meters pairs after the resurface. But so far, it seems the first 10 pairs are going to stay the same. This is Hicka leading as we come to the opening split. Hicka with a 28.08, O with a 28.33. O's personal best is a 2:13.92 set in Salt Lake, and Hicka's is a 2:17.7, also set in Salt Lake this year. This is O leading at the 2 laps to go split, 32.43. Hicka with a 33.30. Nice little draft there for O on the backstretch. As he and Hicka go into the corner nearly even. O going to be leading as we come up to the 1 lap to go. O with a 36.12, Hicko with 36.26. You can start to see the fatigue setting in here after that first 1100, when the body starts to really give out. It's hard for that final 400. And here comes O on the outer, Hicka on the inner. Hicka is gaining ground on O as we come up to the finish line, and Hicka with a kick at the end. And we're going to finish O with a 2:14 flat, Hicka with a 2:14.07. Hicka with a huge personal of nearly 4 seconds. O about 800s off his personal best, so a great pairing there from the junior men. That'll bring up pair number 7.
So there's changes to that.
In pair number 7, starting on the inner, we have Jeff Terwilliger, and on the outer, we have Colin Lee. Big age difference here. Terwilliger, a Master 60 skater, whereas Colin Lee is a Junior C1. It'll be Lee leading down the opening split straight away. Lee's opener, 27.09. Terwilliger, 28.77. Terwilliger's personal best time is 2:05.29. That is from Salt Lake City back in March of 2016. He's got a season best of 2:07 this year from Salt Lake. Colin Lee set a new personal best in Salt Lake this year of 2:08.31. Lee split 32.08. Terwilliger 32.27. Pretty close on season best between these two. We'll see if Terwilliger is able to reel in the youngster Lee. There's the bell for 1 to go. Lee with a 34.62 split. Terwilliger with a 34.88. Lee going over the top of Terwilliger onto the back stretch. Looks like Lee will get the better of Terwilliger in this pair. He's going through the final turn. We'll see where it puts him. Should be shy of his personal best time, but should be a pretty good performance here at the Pettit National Ice Center, as he'll stop the clock at 2 minutes, 9 seconds, .68, not far off his season best and personal best. Terwilliger with a 2 minutes, 11.94, about 5 seconds off his season best time. That concludes pair number 7. Starting next is pair number 8. On the inner, we have Jerry Meck, and on the outer, we have Landon Boji. So this pair plus 2 more, and then we'll take a break for a resurface before resuming with the final 17 pairs for the men's 1,500 meters. Boji, 27.18, Mech, 27.79. Boji is a junior C2, Mech is a junior A1. And Boji, with a strong start here, we'll see if he can keep it up the distance of this race. Coming up to 2 laps to go. We've seen skaters go out well, but that last 400 has been tough. Boji, 30.54, Mech, 31.29. Boji's personal best is at 210.76. He's got a 211 in Milwaukee this year. Mech with a personal best of 211.71. He's got a 212 in Milwaukee this season. See if maybe they can get underneath that 210 barrier. Let's see what type of finish Boji has for the final 400 as he hits the line for the bell lap, 32.16. If he can keep from too much of a drop off here, he'll get a new personal best time. Mech with a 33.75. Boji still looking good here on the backstretch. As he heads on to the finishing straight, and Boji looking strong, should be a huge personal best time for Landon Boji, and it is by about 8 seconds. He finishes with a 202.93, a huge personal for Landon Boji. Jerry Mech finishes with a 208.33, also a personal best time as they both go under 210 for the first time. So excellent race there for pair number 8 as they each break the 210 barrier and set new personal bests. Up next we have pair number 9. Starting on the inner is Mark Yanagihara. And on the outer, we have Matthew Trimble.
All right, ready to begin pair number 9. Starting on the inner is Mark Yanagihara. On the outer, Matt Trimble.
Well, pair number 9 is away, and it looks like a strong opener from Yanagihara as he's able to catch Trimble before the entry of the first turn. Yanagihara, a Master 60 skater. Trimble, a Master 60. Yanagihara with a 28.33. Trimble at 29.44. Yanagihara's personal best is from Salt Lake City back in 2015 with a 203.28. Has not skated a 1,500 yet this season. Matthew Trimble has a personal best in this distance, older than most of the skaters in the competition. It's a 201.5. Set that in Calgary back in 1995. Has a season best in Salt Lake City of 212.48. So Matthew Trimble, the elder statesman this weekend of the competition, has personal best times older than a lot of the skaters in this competition, and that includes a couple members of the World Cup team from last year. Coming up to the bell lap for 1 to go. Yanagihara looking strong here as he hits the line. Split of 35.34. Trimble 35.92. They're going to be off the pace of the leader, but let's see where this sets them. Again, this will be Yanagihara's season best. Trimble, let's see if he can get close to his 212 mark from Salt Lake earlier this season. Yanagihara will finish on the outer. Trimble will be on the inner. Here's Yanagihara coming on to the finishing straightaway. There's Trimble not far behind. Let's see where Yanagihara stops the clock. It'll be a 2:14.19. Trimble with a 2:16.53. So a new season best for Yanagihara and a solid performance for Matthew Trimble. About 4 seconds off his season best. That'll bring up the final pair before the resurface break, which will be pair number 10. Starting on the inner, we have Riley Martin. And on the outer, we have Gavin Ord. So we had a pair drop out. Looks like Keith Keovan pulled out of the 1500s. He did have a fall in the 500s earlier. So Keith Keovan is out, and it looks like we had maybe one other skater drop from the men's 1500. So we'll have one less pair. When we come back from the resurface break, we've got a false start here in the 1500. So Martin and Ord are going to be corralled back to the line. We get away clean on the second try here for pair number 10 in the men's 1500. And remember, folks, the time on the stream is unofficial. The official results will be posted to Speedskating results at the end of the day. Martin opening with a 25.87, Ord with a 27.96. So don't forget to check out speedskatingresults.com later today for the official results and times from today's racing. Riley Martin's personal best time is 2 minutes 5 seconds, .05. Has a 2:05.66 from Milwaukee this season. Gavin Ord's personal best is a 2:04.64. Set that in Salt Lake City this past September. Well, both skaters with the potential to go under 2:10. We'll see how close they get to their personal best marks, as Riley Martin already pretty close to that this season in Milwaukee. So far looking good through the first 2/3 of this race. Coming up to 1 lap to go for Martin. There's the bell at the split 33.42. If he can keep it around 34, should be pretty close to his personal best. Ord with a 33.55. So let's see, what does Martin have in the tank here for this final lap? Again, looking for try to be in that low 34 second range would get him close to a new personal best time. Here he comes onto the finishing straightaway. It's going to be close to his personal. Here he comes up to the finish line, and Martin across with a 2:05.74, about 3/4 of a second off his personal. Ord with a 2:07.72. It's a couple seconds off his personal best, but a solid race from both skaters in pair number 10 here in the men's 1500 meter. That'll bring us to a resurface break. We'll know shortly when racing will resume. I appreciate you all joining us here on the U.S. Speedskating live stream. And it looks like we will have one reskate before we go to the resurface break. We have Sebastian Epperson. I had to pull up after realizing that he forgot to change lanes. So Epperson skating this as a single now. His personal best is a 2:14.48. Skated that in Salt Lake City this past September. Looking to put something close to that here. I'll see what he's got in the tank after about 600 meters in the earlier on the official race that he had. And making sure that he changes lanes, goes early this time on the backstretch. Well, Sebastian is a junior C2. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Split time of 32.59. Should be close to his personal best time. Need to see how much time adds to this next split. So we're in the mid-32s on that last lap. We'll see where he's at the bell. Looking to try to keep it high 32s, low 33s. Looking good so far here as he comes up to the bell lap. And it's a mid-34, so time slipping away on Epperson. Let's see what he's able to put in this final 400. See if he can get close and maybe even eclipse that personal best from Salt Lake. He's certainly within striking distance. So he'll be exiting the corner at about the 2-minute mark. So that's about 12 seconds to get to the finish line here. Here he comes to the finish. Epperson, it will be a new personal best time with a 2:11.55 personal best by about 3 seconds for Epperson. Unfortunate that it comes in a reskate instead of in the official pairing, but good note to finish on for the day with a new personal best time for the youngster. We'll let you know when we'll be back as we're waiting on the final notice. Racing will resume at 1:20 p.m. Central Time. Racing will resume at 1:20 p.m. Central Time. We'll be back for the remainder of the men's 1500 meter pairings. And then we have one pair for the women's 5,000 and one pair for the men's 10,000. We'll be back in a little bit. Welcome back, folks, to the Pettit National Ice Center. Picking up where we left off with the men's 1,500 meters. This is pair number 11. Starting on the inner, we have Sam Chamberlain. On the outer, we have Matthew Kurowski. Chamberlain, a junior B1. Kurowski, a junior B2. We'll get into their personal best times here shortly. Chamberlain opening with a 25.97, Kurowski 27.02. Chamberlain's personal best is a 2:01.92, has a 2:05 in Milwaukee this season. Kurowski has a personal best of 2:05.73. That's also from Milwaukee this season. We're at 2 laps to go. Chamberlain 29.19, Kurowski 29.79. Chamberlain in the white armband moving back to the inner lane. Kurowski in the red moving to the outer. Going to be coming up to 1 lap to go for the 1,100 meter split. We'll see where the split puts Chamberlain. 32.09. Going to be close to that 2:01 mark. Kurowski 32.01. Kurowski currently on a new personal best pace, could get in under 2:05. Chamberlain trying to get under 2:01 for the first time. Here they come onto the finishing straightaway, and Chamberlain still leading the way, but Kurowski looking strong coming down the final 50. Here we are at the line. Chamberlain at 2:02.2, just outside his personal best, sets a new season best. Kurowski with a 2:03.07. That is a new personal best for Kurowski by 2.5 seconds. So a solid start to the second set of men's 1,500 meter pairs. That'll move us on to pair number 12. Starting on the inner, we have Mason Riley, and on the outer, Jeremy Song.
Starting on the inner is Mason Riley. Starting on the outer, Jeremy Song.
We have 26 pairs total after the revised pairings for the men's 1,500 meters. Song looks like he's going to try to go out hard. Riley's going to skate a little more conservative early in this one. 26.02 for Song, 27.54 for Riley. Song's personal best set this year in Salt Lake with a 2:04.36. Riley's personal best, a 2:06.31, also in Salt Lake this year. 2 laps to go for Song, split 30.23. Riley with a 31.57. So far, Song looking strong here, but we got to see what that last 400 looks like. He comes up to 1 lap to go, and then you can start to see the fatigue starting to set in There's the bell, song 32.63. Riley at the bell, 33.84. Oh, song went out hard. You can see the effect it has in the final third of the race. Now just trying to fight to get to the finish. We'll see what type of finishing lap time he'll post here. We'll go over 2 minutes. Want to watch it close to that center line. Coming up to the finish here for Song, 2:03.76. That is a new personal best by half a second. Riley, 2:08.17. Solid time for Riley, 2 seconds off his personal. Song with a new personal best, besting his time from Salt Lake City earlier this season. Up next is pair number 13. Starting on the inner, we have Henry Schlichting. And on the outer, we have, from Colombia, Angelo Verdugo Casedo.
Up next, pair number 13. Starting on the inner is Henry Schlichting, and on the outer, Angelo Verdugo.
Both skaters set personal best this season in October. And we'll get into those times as we get into this race for pair number 13. Brian Melinda given the starting orders. I'm still waiting for sub 2 minute time here in the men's 1500 meters. Should be seeing a couple sub minute 50s as we get into the later pairs. Verdugo's opening split 26.02. Schlichting with a 26.35. Verdugo's personal best is a 2:01.36. Schlichting is a 2:01.35. So their personal bests are off by 100. This is an excellent pairing for both skaters to try to feed off of each other. See if they can crack that 2 minute barrier. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Schlichting with a 29.4. Verdugo 29.5. We'll see how their final lap shakes out. Going to come up to the bell lap pretty even here. Let's see where their split puts them. They're within striking distance of sub 2 minutes. Split 31.27 for Verdugo. Schlichting 31.09. They certainly can get under 2 minutes for the first time here at the Pettit. Let's see what type of finish they have. Verdugo to the outer, Schlichting to the inner. Let's see if Schlichting can drive on this last inner. Here we come down the home stretch. It's Verdugo leading, or Schlichting leading the way. Verdugo finishing in second. Schlichting with a 1:59.75, and Verdugo with a 2 minutes flat .1. New personal best for both skaters. Schlichting gets under the 2 minute barrier for the first time and goes to the top of the board. Excellent result there for the Junior B. Up next is pair number 14. We have Anson Quinn on the inner and Samuel Hart Gorman on the outer. We have our first sub 2 minutes. We'll see who's going to join Schlichting. to be pretty even at the opening split. Quinn 26.11, Hart Gorman 26.07. Quinn's personal best time is a 2:01.89, has a 2:04.8 in Salt Lake this year. For Hart Gorman, has a personal best of 157.17 and has a 2 minutes flat .35 in Milwaukee this season. Hart Gorman 29.48, Quinn 29.89 on a solid pace so far, matching that set by the leader, Henry Schlichting. There's the bell for 1 lap to go. Hart Gorman 30.95, Quinn 32.62. Hart Gorman looking at a sub 2 minute here. We'll see how close he gets to that personal best time of the 157. It should be a new season best for Hart Gorman. Hart Gorman coming down the finishing straightaway. Coming up to the finish, we'll post the new top time with a 158.56. About a second half off his personal. Quinn 202.74. New season best for Quinn, not far off his personal, and a new season best for Hart Gorman, about a second and a half off his personal best time. What solid performances as Hart Gorman goes to the top of the leaderboard with 11 pairs remaining. Make that 12 pairs remaining. Up next, starting on the inner for pair number 15, we have Matthew Salm. And starting on the outer, we have Aiden Meacham. This is Salm leading on the inner as we come up to the opening split. Salm getting settled in there. He'll open with a 25.24. Meacham with a 26.15. Salm has a personal best of 153.93. Has a season best of 157.9. Meacham, a 156.6 personal best, and a season best of 158.1. That was set out in Salt Lake City. Salm, 28.55. Meacham, 28.86. So Salm right now with the edge on this pairing, as he's able to go over the top of Meacham on the backstretch. Coming up to 1 to go. Salm looking to set the top time. Split of 29.39. Meacham 29.74. Should be a strong result for both skaters in this pairing. Salm now on the outer, Meacham on the inner. Closing in, this is going to be a pretty good time for Salm, fighting, trying to get to that finish line as quick as possible. Salm will stop the clock at a 154.24. Meacham 155.79, just outside the personal for Salm, and a new personal best for Aiden Meacham by almost a full second. So we have a new 1-2 on the board with Salm and Meacham. Meacham able to pull a new personal best. That'll bring up pair number 16.
Starting on the inner is Nicholas Mastrup, and on the outer, Austin Carlson.
Starting on the inner out of Denmark, we have Nicholas Mastrup. And on the outer, we have Austin Carlson. And it looks like Mastrup is a no-show in this one, so Carlson going to have to go it solo. So we mentioned in the first set of the 1500s, because we did have a solo. I think this might be the most difficult distance to skate as a single. And Carlson opening very quickly here. Carlson opened with a 25.43. Coming up to 2 laps to go for Carlson. His personal best is a 153.97. His season best is a 158.8 in Milwaukee this year. Carlson moving to the outer. He's about 3/10 behind the pace of the leader. We'll see where he matches up at the 1,100-meter split. There's the bell for 1 lap to go, 30.42. He's off the pace of the leader, but is on pace for a great time. If he can hold that, it would be a new personal best, I believe, with the quick mental math. Carlson back to the inner. Having to fight through that last corner. Here he comes on to the finishing straightaway. Trying to kick for the line. Surging up to the finish with a time of 156.25. Excellent result for Carlson. About 2 seconds off of his personal best, but it's nearly a 3-second improvement here in Milwaukee this season. So a strong result there for Carlson.
Ready to begin pair number 17. Cutting on the inner is Leo Joseph Thompson.
Up next is pair number 17. Starting on the inner, we have Leo Drossos Thompson. On the outer, we have David Provad. Drossos Thompson, a junior A2. Provad, a junior C2. Thompson in his last year of junior eligibility. For junior eligibility, it goes C1, C2, then you move up to B1, B2, A1, A2. Number reflecting the year that you've been in that classification. Provad, fastest opener so far at 24.8. Drossos Thompson, 25.85. Provad's personal best time set in Salt Lake this year at a 156.4. Drossos Thompson, best time is in Milwaukee at a 156.58. So a strong matched pair here with the chance to set the new top time. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Provad, 27.83 at the split, 29.14 for Drossos Thompson. Provad currently running a second faster than the leading time. Coming up to the 1 lap to go split. Let's see what Provad is able to hold on to here. His split 30.26. Drossos Thompson 30.33. Provad lost about a second to the leading time in that last lap. We'll see where we finish here. Coming onto the home stretch for Pravad on the inner. Trying to best 156 if he can. Here he comes to the line. And it will be a new personal best for Pravad with a 154.89. Second fastest time of the day. Dosos Thompson with a 157.92. A little over a second slower than his personal best here in Milwaukee, but an excellent showing at a pair 17 as we move on to pair 18. This pair will feature Max Weber on the inner and Alex Gutovsky on the outer. Pair number 18 is away. Weber, a junior B2. Skutovsky, a neo senior 3. Oh, you go from the junior status to the neo senior status for a handful of years. Skutovsky split 24.11. Weber 24.75. See if they can reset the top of the leaderboard. Weber's personal best is a 150.82 set here in Milwaukee this October. Skutovsky's personal best is a 149.51. Set that in Salt Lake this October. Here we are at 2 laps to go. Weber 26.59, Skutovsky 27.27. Possibility here to maybe go sub 150. Going to need a strong last lap to get it done. This is Weber on the inner, Skutovsky on the outer, coming up to 1 lap to go. Weber looking strong. Split of 28.25, Skutovsky 31 flat. Weber, if he can hold at about a 29-second final lap, should get under that 150 mark here in Milwaukee. Let's see if he has it in the legs. He's coming out of the final turn now. Pedal to the floorboards here, coming up to the finish. It's going to be close, and Weber with a 149.8 sets a new personal best and breaks the 150 barrier for the first time. Skutovsky with a 157.94. About 8 seconds off of his personal best time. Great time there by Max Weber, the junior B2, and sets the mark to beat. We're officially in the 140s now, with 8 pairs remaining. Let's see what the final time's going to be. It's probably going to be in the low 140s. We've got 4 spots available on the World Cup team for the men's 1,500 meters. This is pair number 19. We've got William Silk on the inner and Liam Kitchell on the outer. Silk, a junior A2, Kitchell, a junior B2. So William Silk, in his last year of junior eligibility, had some nice races yesterday. And cruising here early on. with a strong opener is Kitchell with a 24.69. Silk with a 25.83. Oh, Kitchell able to go over the top of Silk, having the outer corner for the first 2 turns of this race. See what type of performance here that Kitchell can put here. Coming up to 2 laps to go. His personal best is a 152.67. Looking for a new personal best. His split will be 27.31. Silk 27.88. Silk's personal best is a 150.32. Kitchell now back on the outer, Silk on the inner. This is Kitchell coming into frame. Coming up to 1 lap to go. Let's see where Kitchell's split has him. It's at 28.91. Silk with a 29.02. Silk with some ground to make up to get under 150. Kitchell with a chance here. Cannot afford to bleed off really any time. Needs to try to match this last lap to his previous one. Kitchell now on the inner, Silk on the outer. Coming on to the finishing straight. Kitchell digging for the line, trying to get under 150. I think he'll come just short of it as he'll finish with a 151.23 for the second fastest time. Silk with a 153.03. Excellent finish from both of those. Kitchell with a new personal best with that 151.23 by about 2 seconds. Silk off his personal by about 3 seconds. Oh, Weber still the leader as we move on to pair number 20. Starting on the inner out of Spain, we have Sebastian Guzman Bitter. And on the inner, we have Thomas Fitzgerald, also known as Tommy Fitzgerald. And a false start from Fitzgerald, it looks like. And you can see the red flag there. So false start gets charged to the pair. Next one to false start will be disqualified. On the second try, pair number 20 able to get away clean. At the opening split, it's Fitzgerald leading the pair with a 25.7. Guzman with a 26.24. Fitzgerald's personal best is a 150.98, has a 153.7 this season in Milwaukee. Guzman has a personal best of 153.85 and has not, this will be his first 1500 of the season. Coming up to 2 laps to go, Fitzgerald, I think, would love to get under the 150 mark if possible. Has a split of 27.81. Guzman with a 28.93. We'll see where Fitzgerald is at with the 1,100 meter split. Coming up to 1 lap to go. Fitzgerald with a 29.75. Guzman with a 30.14. Don't think it's going to be enough here for Fitzgerald to get under the 150 mark. He did skate the 5,000 yesterday. Looked like a slight stumble by Guzman in that last corner, able to keep his feet. Here comes Fitzgerald up to the finish. Posts a final time of 155.26. Guzman with a 157.35. About a second and a half off the season best for Fitzgerald. That is a season best for Guzman. And that'll take us to pair number 21. Starting on the inner, we have Carl Platt. And on the outer from New Zealand, we have Josh White. Just 5 more pairs after this pairing of Platt and White. See where they stack up at the opening split. Platt leading the way with a 24.97, White with a 25.65. Platt's personal best set this year in Milwaukee with a 148.6, so potential to get under the 150 mark. Josh White's personal best is a 148.92. That was set in Salt Lake City this past January. Has a season best in Salt Lake of a 152.5. Coming up to 2 laps to go. We'll see where Platt is. He's at a 26.42. White with a 27.35. Platt not far off the pace set by the leader. We'll see where he stands coming up at the next split. Coming up to 1 lap to go. He needs to watch that center line, getting close to touching it a couple times there. Platt with a 28.24, White with a 29.66. Going to come down to the final lap here for Platt, see if he can set the time to beat. Should be under the 150 mark. It seems like laboring here in the final 400. Let's see, can he get to the line in time? It'll be just over the 150 mark because it's 150.95. It looked like the time for White did not catch on the timing equipment, so we'll have that time later. So Platt, second fastest with a 150.95. About 2 seconds off of his personal best, skated earlier this year in Milwaukee. Up next is pair number 22. Starting on the inner, we have Cooper McLeod. And on the outer, we have Jonathan Tobon. Again, we've got 4 spots available for the men's 1,500 meters on the World Cup team. Looks like we've got short track practice going on in one of the 2 rinks on the inside of the 400-meter oval here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Well, Cooper McLeod, a year 4 Neo senior. Jonathan Tobon, a second-year Neo senior. See where they stack up here. Cooper McLeod performing well in the 500 and the 1,000. Expect him to open faster than Tobon here with a 24 flat. Tobon 24.47. I expect McLeod to go out faster early, and we'll see maybe Tobon reel him in a little bit more towards the end. McLeod's personal best in this distance is a 146.18. That was set here in Milwaukee back in October of last year. Tobon's personal best is a 146.03. McLeod with a 26.67. Tobon 27.06. McLeod has a 147.9 in Salt Lake this year. Tobon has a 148.3. And Tobon having to give way there to McLeod coming on that outer. Oh, Tobon falling behind after having to give way to McLeod, did not get disqualified. McLeod 28.82, currently running fastest, 29.02 for Tobon. Oh, Tobon having to scrub off his speed to not get disqualified. Heading into the final turn. Tobon trying to catch, and he will pass McLeod on the inside. Here we come onto the finishing straightaway. It's going to be Tobon leading the pair. At the finish, he'll post a time of 150.32. That's second fastest. McLeod with a 151.3. You got to wonder there if Tobon didn't have to make sure he didn't get disqualified, if he may have been able to get under that 150 mark. Up next is pair number 23. Starting on the inner, we have Austin Kleba. On the outer is Augie Herman. Austin Kleba finishing fourth earlier today in the men's second set of 500s. Augie Herman, a second-year Neo, has had an excellent weekend of racing so far, skating some of his best times here at the Pettit National Ice Center. Kleba opening with 23.9, Herman with a 24.1. Expect Kleba to kind of skate the same way in this event as McLeod did, opening up fast early, taking advantage of his sprinter speed. Coming up to 2 laps to go, Herman going to be leading the splits with a 26.7. Kleba with a 27.1. Kleba's personal best is a 147.49. That was in Salt Lake in October of 22. Herman's personal best is a 148.3. That was set in Calgary back in November of 22. Coming up to 1 lap to go, Herman leading the pair with a 28.54, Kleba with a 28.78. Herman currently running fastest, going to get a little bit of the slipstream of Kleba on this backstretch, try to pull himself along into this final turn. Herman poised to set the top time to beat as we head into our final 3 pairs. Here comes Herman and Kleba. Herman still leading the way. It looks like we'll get under that 150 mark. And at the line, it's 150.08, just outside of it for Herman. Kleba with a 150.78. That puts him third on the board. Just a little bit too much time lost there for Herman. Was close to setting a new fastest time as he had the pacing through till the final 400. Up next is pair number 24. Starting on the inner is the national record holder and track record holder, Jordan Stolz. His national record is a 140.87. On the outer, we have Emery Lehman, Olympic bronze medalist in 2022. His personal best time is a 143.41. Track record here set by Stolz in October of last year. It was a 142.31. We'll see if they can get close here in this pair. Stolz won both 500s and the 1,000 yesterday. Stolz opening with 23.76, Lehman 24.17. Not surprising, Stolz having the fastest opener so far. Expect Lehman to have a bit more of a level race, as he was a distance specialist for years. Has really started to come on in the middle distance in the 1,500 as he's gone through his career. Also a member of the team pursuit team. Stolz 25.61, Lehman 25.87. Stolz going to go over the top of Lehman. Lehman going to get a little bit of slipstream there on the back stretch. Stolz on the inner. Looked like a slight stumble, able to rebalance with his left hand going out there. We've got coming up to one lap to go. Let's see where this marks Stolz. He's running at a 26.23, Lehman 27.28. They're going to be 1 and 2 on the board. We'll see where Stolz finally stops the clock. You can start to see the pain as he moves to the outer lane. Even though this isn't the longest race, it is one of the most difficult. Here comes Stolz up to the finish. He'll post a time of 143.44 to go to the top of the leaderboard. Lehman with a 146.1. Stolz, that's his fastest time of the season. Lehman is about a second and a half off his season best time that he set out in Salt Lake City. So a solid performance from pair number 24. And it sounds like there is an ice repair going on. Perhaps down in turn 2 where we saw Stolz, he caught it just for half a second there. He put out his left hand to regain his balance. So not sure if maybe he caught a bad edge, caught his toe a little bit in that corner. It looks like it was just a quick inspection, no ice repair needed. So we'll move on to pair number 25. Starting on the inner, we have Zach Stoppelmore. And on the outer, we have Connor McDermott Mustoe. Stoppelmore finished second in both 500s this weekend. McDermott Mustoe finished 5th in the first 500 and finished 4th in the first 1,000 yesterday. See where they're at the opening split. We're not expecting to open as fast as Stolz, but they actually improve upon it. McDermott 23.71, Stoppelmore 23.74. So very good openers out of these two. Stoppelmore's personal best is a 145.4 skated in Salt Lake City. He's got a 149.6 this year in Salt Lake. McDermott has a personal best of 144.77 from Salt Lake back in October of 21. Splits, Stoppelmore 26.09, McDermott 26.14. McDermott has a best this season of 148.13. Pretty evenly matched pairing here. want to try to claim one of the 4 spots on the World Cup team in this discipline. And it's Stoppelmoor leading at the final split, 28.03. McDermott, 28.81. Both skaters opened extremely fast, but have been losing time here to Stolz and Lehman. This is Stoppelmoor on the outer, McDermott on the inner. And at the finish, Stoppelmoor will stop the clock at 148.66. It's a new season best for Stoppelmoor. McDermott, 150.57, moves him to 7th. So Stoppelmoor in qualifying position with 1 pair remaining. Right now it's Stolz and Lehman, followed by Stoppelmoor as the top 3. And this will be pair number 26, as we said, the final pair. Starting on the inner, we have Ethan Seprin, and on the outer is Casey Dawson. After the men's 1,500 meters, we will have a resurface before we come back for the women's 5,000 and the men's 10,000. And that'll conclude racing today here at day 2 of U.S. Championships in the Fall World Cup Qualifier and Am Cup 1. Seprin and Dawson, no strangers being paired against each other. They're also training partners out in Salt Lake City, along with Emery Lehman and Jonathan Tobon. Seprin leading at the opener. His split 24.76. Dawson 24.89. These two have been trading back and forth as the top 5,000 meter skater for the U.S. over the last couple of years. Been trying to improve their 1,500s as part of their team pursuit. And Seprin usually also skates in the mass starts, looking to improve his top speed ability. Seprin 26.51, Dawson 26.82. Seprin's personal best is a 145.4, set in Salt Lake back in 2021. Dawson's is a 143.49 in Salt Lake of 2021 as well. This is Seprin's first 1,500 of the year. Coming up to 1 lap to go, he's leading the pair. Seprin running 4th fastest with a 27.33, Dawson with a 27.8. Dawson winning the 5,000 meter yesterday. Seprin placed 2nd. Dawson set a new track record that stood for a while here in the 5,000. Broke it by almost a full second. Here we come up to the finish. Let's see where Seprin crosses here. Does he make it in the top 4? And he makes it into the 3rd spot. Dawson in 4th. Seprin with a 147.19. Dawson 148.57. So season best for Seprin. Unofficially, it would be Stolz, Lehman, Seprin, and Dawson as your top 4 making the World Cup in that discipline. We'll have to wait for the official times and the selection process to work its way out. It looks like we're going to have a reskate here for Nicholas Mastrup out of Denmark. They'll be skating this as a single on the inner lane. So after this reskate, we'll take a resurface break before coming back for the women's 5,000 meters. We've got one pair in the women's 5,000, one pair in the men's 10,000. That will conclude racing here on day 2 at the Pettit National Ice Center. Tomorrow we have the second set of the men's and women's 1,000 meters, and then we have multiple sets of mass starts. Mastrup at the opener with a 25.61. His personal best time is a 154.48. Set that in Salt Lake in October of this year. See if he can log something in the high 150s or maybe even in the mid 150s, try to challenge that personal best time. We've got 2 laps to go. 27.85 split for Mastrup. Should have an idea of how he's doing on energy reserves when we get to the next split. Hoping to try to only keep that drop at about half of a second. Let's see if he can stay at about 28.5. Here he comes onto the home stretch, coming up to 1 lap to go. And it's a 1.5-second drop. We're at 30.39, almost a 2-second drop there. Oh, Mastrup fading from the 700 to the 1100 split by almost 2 seconds. See what time he can get in with here. As you can really start to see the discomfort set in as he comes out of the home stretch. Should be under 2 minutes. Question is how close is going to be to his personal best. And it'll be a 156.89, very respectable time here at the Pettit National Ice Center, considering his personal at altitude is that 154.48. So a nice reskate there for Nicholas Mastrup out of Denmark. That'll put us on a resurface break. We'll announce the time for racing to resume once we have it from the officials. Racing will resume at 2:32 Central Time. Racing will resume at 2:32 Central Time, starting with the women's 5,000. Welcome back, folks, as we're ready to resume racing here with our one pair, the women's 5,000 meters. Starting on the inner out of Denmark, we have Natasha Lindenskov, and on the outer we have Rebecca Simmons. Oh, Lindenskov's personal best time set earlier this year in Salt Lake with a 7:37.4. Rebecca Simmons' personal best is a 7:44.06 set in January of 2023. But Lindenskov has a new personal best from this year. Rebecca Simmons has yet to have skated a 5,000 this season. Track record here for the women's 5,000 is a 7:02.11. That was set back at World All-Around Championships in February of 2000. They're members of the last Olympic team that weren't even born yet when that event took place here, and that record was set by Gunda Niemann of Germany. This is currently the longest standing record at the Pettit National Ice Center. And with the upcoming World Cup, if it may not even be skated here because they either skate the 3,000 or the 5,000, typically only do one 5,000 on the World Cup circuit each season. So that record may still stand for years to come. This is Lindenskov coming up to 9 laps to go. Lindenskov split 35.61. Simmons with the 37.23. Lindenskov comfortably in the lead here. We'll see if Simmons is able to reel her back in. Their personal best times are not too far off from each other. We've got 8 laps to go for Lindenskov. Has a 35.5, so last 2 laps have been a mid-35 second split. Simmons with a 37.21. Lindenskov going along here on the outer. Part of the reason why there's only one pair is the women's 5K is not in the first set of World Cups that this trials is selecting for. Lindenskov, 35.65, still in the middle 35s for her splits. So with there not being a team selection on this event, skaters have chosen to forego it, trying to focus on other events like the second 1,000 meters tomorrow, along with the mass starts tomorrow. There will be 2 mass starts raced for each division, that being the men and the women, to select the 2 spots from. We're at 6 laps to go, 35.7. Lindenskov losing a tenth here and there, but still sitting in the 35-second range. This is Rebecca Simmons, 37.25. She's been in the low 37, so doing well to lock in some consistent lap times here. Lindenskov coming up to 5 laps to go. She'll post a 35.9. So losing about a tenth of a second each lap here for the Dane. But we're halfway through this race, and she's so far hasn't been hemorrhaging large amounts of time. So try to see if she can stay in the 35-second range here on her splits. Maybe not fall below the low 36s. See if she has anything extra to give in the tank over these final 4 laps. Linden Skov, now we're in the low 36s with a 36.38. Simmons still with that low 37 with a 37.21. So consistent lap times from Simmons here. And that's one of the things you see distance skaters having their success is being able to skate that time consistently, get into that last third of the race and see what else you have left in the tank. Do you have a little bit of extra energy? Can you start to push it a little bit harder? 36.96. Now Linden Skov starting to lose some big chunks of time. We're talking 5/10 a lap now. And Rebecca Simmons consistent again, 37.21. Oh, Rebecca's been right in that low 37 range. Let's see where Linden Skov is at the next split, coming up to 2 laps to go. Simmons coming in frame, 36.87 for Linden Skov. So still skating a faster lap time than Simmons, but Simmons has been nice and consistent here. Let's see where this split puts her. 37.15, so even a negative split by Simmons there. I think if you're Rebecca Simmons, you're going to be happy with the result of this race, coming through with the race plan, skating some consistent lap times. Coming up to 1 lap to go for Linden Skov. At the bell, that's 37.03, so losing a little bit more time, and that's right where the track record would be. So a full lap difference between these skaters and the current track record that was set by Gunda Neiman back in February of 2000. And I can list a couple of members that were yet to be born, one of them being Ethan Seprin, another being Casey Dawson, Jordan Stolz, all members of the 2022 Olympic team. And Linden Skov sets a time of 7:34.71, which is actually a new personal best by about 3 seconds. Rebecca Simmons, a 7:47, negative splits that last lap, and about 3 seconds off her personal best. Excellent result for Linden Skov with a new personal best time, and Rebecca Simmons skating a nice, consistent race. And Ethan Seprin having a little bit of fun with the camera there at the end of the finishing straightaway. Oh, a solid result there. Like I said, Linden Skov, a new personal best time for by about 3 seconds. Rebecca Simmons about 3 seconds off her personal that she set in January of 23, so nearly 2 years ago. Nice and consistent lap times there for Rebecca Simmons. Might be able to find something and dig a little deeper into the energy reserves. Next time she runs a 5K, I think that's got to build your confidence to be able to skate that consistently. Up next is the men's 10,000 meter. This is the longest distance in the metric speed skating repertoire. We've got 1 pair, and like we said, the women's 5K is not in the first 2 World Cups, meaning the men's 10K is not in the first 2 as well. So that's why we only have 1 pair here. Skaters saving their legs for the mass start selection tomorrow. Going through a brief timing change while we change over to the positions for the men's 10,000. Don't forget, folks, the results should be posted later today at speedskatingresults.com. You can check the final times for the second set of 500s, the 1500s, and the women's 5,000, the men's 10,000. Had some excellent results today. And in the men's 10,000 here, it looks like it will be skated as a single, as we only have Kellen Dunphy on the line. Well, he's got a solo date with 25 laps here at the Pettit National Ice Center. I know he said that the 1500 is hard to skate solo. The 10K, I don't know if it's necessarily as difficult. You'd have to ask the skaters to see. Usually when you're running the 5K and the 10K, you're wanting to stay with your own pacing, whereas the 1500, you're getting the benefits of at those higher speeds, getting those slipstreams. So I'm sure mentally it's still difficult, but maybe from a standpoint of a race plan, I think maybe the 1500 could be a little bit more difficult to skate solo and produce an excellent result. I think Kellen Dunphy here is just going to be time trialing essentially on his own. And I think that's probably, considering the mismatch in pairings that you can have in the 10K, sometimes you have to just be there and content in skating your own race, going off your own splits that you want. So we'll see what Kellen's able to do here. His personal best in this distance is a 13 minutes, 32 seconds, 7 seconds. He skated that this past March in Salt Lake City. Has yet to race a 10,000 this year. You don't see too many of them during the competition season. Maybe one on the World Cup circuit, one for the trials, and then another one when it comes to the World All-Arounds or World Distance single distance championships. So not raced as much as the other disciplines during the year. Dunphy split 32.31. We'll keep an eye on his lap times here, see if he can try to maintain those low to mid 32s consistently. Track record here for the men's 10,000 is 13 minutes, 9 seconds, and .04. That was set by Ethan Seprin back in January of 2023. Dunphy split 32.22, so actually a slightly faster split than that previous lap. He'll be coming up to 20 laps to go. I think one of the other hard parts here, and maybe this falls more on the coaches, is trying to remember which lane they should be in, because you don't have that other skater to kind of help give you a mark of what lane they should be in on which lap. Dunphy, 32.38, so a little bit slower on that lap, but still holding the low 32s. I think part of the mental difficulty here is making sure that you don't make that mental error and end up in the wrong lane and disqualify yourself. It's going to be one of the main things. There's one of our volunteers dancing for the camera. Dunphy split 32.57. So losing a couple tenths here on the last two splits for Dunphy. See how he maintains here as we're going to be coming up to the next split. It's going to be 18 laps to go for Dunphy. And Dunphy able to reel some time back with a 32.49. So it's still staying in the low to the mid 32s. Kellen finished third in the men's 5,000 with a season best yesterday of 639.74. "17 laps to go. Dunphy 32.63. But still holding pretty consistently here for our lone senior man skating this 10,000 meter. Coming up to 16 laps to go for Dunphy. 32.63 at the split. And it's exactly the same as his previous lap. Originally, Casey Dawson was going to be in this pair, wondering if there wasn't a whole lot of time between his 1,500 and this race, if that was part of a factor, and also wanting to be ready for the mass starts tomorrow. Dunphy split 32.87, so now creeping over closer to that 33-second lap. Let's see if Dunphy's able to keep out of the 33s as we're coming around to 14 laps to go. One good sign here for Dunphy, keeping his form together, keeping his tempo. He looks comfortable at a 32.82, slightly better than that previous lap. Once you start falling apart on your form, that you can really tell that's when the pain is set in. As Joey Cheek always says, go ahead and do a wall sit for 13 minutes and you'll know what the burn feels like. I don't think that's 100% accurate because it's hard to do a wall sit and also engage your core holding your torso over the front of your knees like you would be in the skating position. Certainly a difficult task on its own just to stand there hunched over for 13 minutes. Dunphy split 32.83, so holding now in the 32.8s. See at this upcoming split with 12 laps to go. Still with his form together. And now we dip into the 33-second range of the 33.3. See if Kellen's able to hold that lap time for a couple of laps. Getting assistance from the coaches on the backstretch, making sure that he's in the right lane. I think the last thing you want is in a 10,000 to be in the wrong lane and have it disqualify your time. 33.5 for Dunphy. Lap time starting to add on to each lap here for Dunphy. Originally was holding in the low to mid 32-second laps. Now we've fallen into 33-second laps. We'll see where he splits at 10 laps to go. Still holding his form together, but now we're getting into the high 33s. I think you can kind of start to see the tiredness set in with the strokes. Not quite getting the same power down to the ice that he was in the first half of the race. You have to wonder, what do you do in your mind for these 25 laps? What's going through your head? Because you don't want to think too hard about it because you're trying to block out the pain, but you need to be aware enough to know, okay, I need to move to the outer lane now. Otherwise, this is all for naught. And also, when you do have a pair, you need to be aware, where is that pair? Am I possibly going to interfere? So you have to be mentally engaged, but you also have to try to block out the pain. It's a tough balance, and not everybody is cut out for it. But right now, Dunphy is hanging in there. He's at 34.11. Like you said, I think mentally it's harder to skate the 10K as a solo instead of as a physical standpoint than it is for the 1500. Again, we'll have to ask the skaters to see what their opinion is, but just looking at it from the outside, I'd say physically it's harder to skate the 1500 and hope for a good result, but I think mentally it's really difficult to be in the 10K as a solo. And Dunphy's doing it here and doing it well. He's got a 34.32. And still holding the form together. Coming up to, I believe, 6 laps to go. And there's the sign for 6 laps. 34.87. So lost a bit of time on that lap. We'll see. Are we going to dip into the 35s in the final 5 laps of this 10,000 for Kellen Dunphy? Putting out a great effort so far. But now is where the rubber really meets the road. It's in this last 8 to 5 laps for the 10K. It's where time can be won or lost. And a 34.91, he's able to hold off the 35-second split time. Able to hold it off for one more lap. Again, his personal best time is a 13.32.7, and that was skated in March this year in Salt Lake City. Get the benefit of altitude, a little bit thinner air, a little bit more glide on the ice. So anything within the high 13-minute range would be excellent here. 35.05, so we do break into the 35-second laps. But he's held it off until he had about 4 laps to go. So excellent effort here from Dunphy. Coming up to 3 laps to go and still holding the form together. Looking a little bit more effective on the pushes there as he's able to bring it back down into the 34s. It's 34.85, and that's where you see a lot of the skaters on the world level really earn their keep, is they're able to start bringing those lap times down over the final 8 to 5 laps of these longer races, or the final third in the case of the 5K. Coming up to 2 laps to go. Dunphy 34.77, so negative split again. But this is exactly what you'd be wanting to see for Kellen. Still having more in the tank, able to dig into those reserves instead of expending the energy early and blowing up and running out of gas. He's negative splitting here, coming up to 1 lap to go. The crowd making some noise here for Dunphy. Split 34.63. So another negative split here for Dunphy. He'll be finishing on the outer. See if he can get in before the 14-minute mark. I think he's going to be happy with this outing. It may be 30 seconds slower than his personal best, but doing an excellent job here and able to hold himself together. Skates that final lap with a 34.28. Final time 13.59. Gets in just under 14 minutes. Very nice race from Kellen Dunphy. Tough to skate it as a single. Excellent work by the coaches as well on the backstretch, making sure Kellen's where he needed to be. Ultimately, though, he was the one that had to go out there and put it down, and he did as a single. So excellent job by Kellen Dunphy. Again, he finished third overall in the men's 5K this weekend. That'll conclude racing here on day 2 at the Pettit National Ice Center. We'll be back tomorrow for the second flight of men's and women's 1,000 meters, and then we have multiple flights of the mass start for both men and women. That will then conclude racing tomorrow on day 3. I'm Gordon Separate on behalf of U.S. Speedskating, the Pettit National Ice Center. We thank you for joining us today for this broadcast, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.